Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Today is very interesting because I am here with GM Toms Kantans from Latvia. Hello, welcome, Toms.
Hi, Theresa. Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. Super excited.
Yes, I'm super
Yeah,
excited as well to have you here. So, yeah. So how are you, Toms?
I'm great. It's always amazing to be even just to have a chance to look at such spectacular events like this one, and still to be like part of the commentary team and something like this.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just great. So can't wait to see all the action on the board, especially when all the young talents are playing. Uh, there are always some fireworks, always some brilliancies. So yeah, it's just the most
Absolutely.
interesting chess, really, right?
Yes.
And
First time ever for this event to be held. This is a FIDE World Junior Rapid and Blitz Chess Championship 2023, and this is Rapid and Blitz, so it would be very different from classical tournaments. And also yesterday, Toms, there were many things happened on the board. The unexpected ones, such as blunders from the strong players, and then also the time troubles and everything. So this is quite different, and then also with an amazing prize fund, and also for this event to be held for the first time. So yes, Toms, so what do you think about this youth tournament?
oh, it's amazing that something like this is happening. I mean, when I heard what's the prize fund and there's such a event actually organized, I kind of felt like jealous that nothing like this was happening when I was in the age to participate there. So uh, we just had a classical chess, the World Junior, and there was no this kind of fast chess, and still it's such chance to actually earn something on it. So yeah, it's amazing that such an initiative has been started and that it's happening. Uh,
Mhm.
and will be very interesting to see who actually takes it down because well, most of the games they are decided usually in the time trouble, right? And so it's
Yes.
who has the strongest nerves really prevails, not only the who is the strongest player. So it's just
Mhm, mhm.
yeah, very exciting in this way.
Yes,
And
it's.
yeah,
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, in this tournament, one thing that I realized, especially during this, especially on this rapid and blitz, time control, it is not only about how strong you are on the board, but also off the board. The endurance you have and the strong mentality you have. And every aspects matter here in this tournament, because also we have multiple rounds per day, unlike classical tournaments. We only have per round every day, and we have plenty of time to rest. But here, once you done one round and you should start another, very soon. And also how you recover from probably, a painful loss, but very soon you should start another game. And I think there are so many things here, and so that's what I'm saying. Your ability on the board, it's not the only thing that matters, but the most importantly as well, how to synchronize everything to actually to be able to perform well. So yeah, do you?
That's just, yeah, like it's 100% true.
Okay.
And still, in addition, it's also extremely visible who has done the bigger homework, because there's no time to
Yes.
prepare for games like in classical chess. So the players who actually have worked at home on the openings, on the opening repertoire, they have a huge advantage on this kind of pace of tournament. And the games are already
Exactly.
way in. So,
So
we should
let's get into the games.
And we have two leaders in each group, right? We have two leaders in the open section with 3 out of 3, and two leaders in the girls section with also 3 out of 3.
Exactly.
Anybody you want to point out from yesterday who stood out really? Like what's when
okay, so what happened
sorry,
is
it's 3 leaders. Yeah, sorry, my mistake.
yeah. So yesterday actually we had a very unexpected result or a blunder from the first seed of the open section, Raunak Satwani. We expected him, of course, as the first seed, to we expected something, but okay, things happen during a rapid and blitz tournament, as what I mentioned earlier. Yesterday we witnessed probably the biggest blunder of the round from the first set of the open section. Rook blunder, rook d3, and just easily taken by knight, and that's all. And now it's exciting because we have three boys leading now, and I can't wait. I mean, in the next rounds we will see this three will be platter, and we will have a very decisive result very soon. So on the first board here.
Let's jump in on the first board in the open section, I guess, with the two leaders. Yes. Which is interesting that none of the leaders is in top 10 seats from the rating, right?
Yeah.
So that only shows how tough this event is, like how strong everyone is here. And
absolutely.
So here we have Abil Mansur from Kazakhstan playing with Kole Tobias from Germany. And so to be in the leaders, they already both have to have a great result yesterday, right? So you must have won some strong players. And what do we have here? Do you want to see the game from the beginning, or are we just focusing on the current position and speaking about what's happening?
Probably, the current position looks interesting. Probably we can start from here, Toms.
Okay. Your first impressions. My first impression is that white should be doing great because there is a kind of a problematic pawn on b5.
Yes.
Oh, and now there's an open file completely under his control. So seems like opening has worked out quite great for the white player here, and but at the same time, it's only one weakness, right? The only weakness is b5 pawn at the moment, and there's no clear way how to increase the pressure on it. So it's white's still gonna need to come up with something how to progress here.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, when I think about this position, yeah.
Sorry.
The more I look at this position, the more I am actually changing my opinion that maybe black is bad at all. And they do have an open c file, right? There's some ideas on that. And
yes,
this bishop is kind of stuck. I mean, it doesn't want to really be staring at its own pawn, but it has no choice. So it's very poor in this sense, and it can come under some attacks. later on with a knight c5, and so if it's black to move, one of the plans could be yeah, to get the bishop away, to be able to play f5, right, and to target f4 and e4. Probably that's why he played bishop g4, just to free this square. And in the same time, another plan could be somewhere to play knight c5. So eventually to, I don't know, maybe even queen c8, and making sure that this is, of course, not hanging, but something like knight c5, and just getting out with all the pieces. Yeah, I think it's a very exciting game for all like three results. Anything can happen,
Yes.
but do you prefer white or black here?
Of course, to my eyes, white looks a bit. I mean, white looks more comfortable here, and I don't know. Personally, I always like when there is an isolated pawn from my opponent's side. So, I feel like I feel like there is something to catch. And okay, I still Tom, so, for me, I mean, I still cannot see anything to be done from this b5 pawn, but it's just caught my attention, and whenever I saw this kind of pawns, I feel like I just want to aim this, pawn. But do you think that we can actually do something about it? I will catch the pawn.
I actually think no. Actually, the rook b8 move that we saw, I think it was a very strong one, but because it completely eliminated all the possibilities to attack it. And even though it gave up the a file, which can be an important factor, but white's pieces, they are not working like a team. I would say they're like kind of each doing something on their own, but they are not like coming together with one plan. Oh wow, queen d2. Look at that.
Queen d2. Okay.
That I did not expect this move. It took me by surprise.
Me neither.
Big one.
I actually have
so,
I have a big question, Toms. Okay. We in most cases, in most positions, we don't like double pawn structure. Yeah, and here I think there is a chance for black to ruin, white's pawn structure by taking bishop takes f3 here.
yeah.
But
So
do you think it's a
this
good
is
idea?
possible, sure. Yeah, so the thing is, yeah, the queen was protecting the knight, and now the queen went away, so we are forced to ruin the king's position. And the g pawn is very important because it's the pawn which is most directly in front of the king. So the moment it goes away, the king becomes more vulnerable always. And I think it's a very good idea to take, and I think it should be done. Because if we don't take it, then what is our bishop really doing on g4? Why did we go with it there? And but although the only argument for it could be to wish to play first f5 with a plan to take later. Okay, so he does that. Yeah, so he's f4. Threatening f4 to win the piece, since this bishop has no squares. And in the same time, still there is a threat to take as well. And if white would want to go something like knight g5, then we have f4, and we are covering the... Although, let's see. This is very, very good question. Can we go knight e6?
A sneaky knight. I really love this kind of knight.
So, and first, why I thought f4 at the moment is great, because we take, and the bishop is hanging. But in this case, if we take, there is a check. So white is just in time to recapture, and then they're going to take back the pawn on e3 and actually come out top. So this whole thing is very, very questionable. The knight g5 was the reason why I wanted to take the knight on f3 in the first place. And but perhaps we can ignore the knight on e6 and just do a move like queen e8. And if white is to take over rook, then let's say we take it, and we still have the point that this bishop is trapped. So we could end up with two minor pieces against the rook, which is slight material advantage. for the black player,
Mhm.
and still with this bishop being bad, it actually could turn out to be a very big
Mhm.
advantage. So perhaps it just works. Perhaps it just works, and it was all calculated, counted, and that's why he just went for f5 immediately. Because
Yeah.
if it works, it's a great move. Of course, white is in
Mhm.
huge trouble.
So yeah, uh, Queen D2 is was not a very good move. Yeah, we can agree on that.
Mm, yeah, it seemed maybe he miscalculated the same thing. Maybe he thought he has knight
Mhm.
g5 right now, and then he goes for this knight
Uh huh.
e6 line. But
Uh-huh.
he forgot that opponent is not forced to take. It's a very common thing that
Yes.
happens, that you just calculate kind of long lines, and the
Mm-hmm.
most obvious thing is capture, 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 right? And then you
Mm-hmm.
just completely forgot that opponent actually can do something else than capture. That it's not really
Yes.
checkers, right? So you're not forced to capture. So and yeah, then some trouble arise.
Yeah.
Uh,
Right.
yeah, so it looks, yeah, like white is in big trouble right now, and
Mm-hmm.
we'll see if he manages to get out of it or no. And meanwhile, we probably can take a look at the second board, where is
Yes.
playing still another leader.
Let's do that. Mm-hmm. Muhammad
So
Muradri against Robert Piliposian.
yeah, so Robert is the one with 3 out of 3, while
Mm-hmm.
Muhammad is number fourth seed of the tournament with a rating almost 2500, a grandmaster. So
Mm-hmm.
even though he
Yeah.
has less points, he should be, or like on the paper, a big favorite in this game, both because of
Right.
rating, both because of the white pieces, white color, and they are really going for it. I mean, look at that. They have done
Mm-hmm.
only 13 moves, and the position is absolutely wild. Well,
Yes. 13 moves, but I can see the position is a little chaotic. Don't you agree with me, Toms?
yeah, it's just wild. And the first
Yeah,
intuition,
yeah,
like
yeah.
when I looked at this position, I thought, okay, it must have been that in this moment, white played g4, right? But that's actually not the
Mm-hmm.
case. Last move for white was e2, e3, e4. So he already had played g4 a
Yes.
few moves ago. He went for g4 already here, this early on in the game,
Uh-huh.
right?
Wow.
And then
Okay.
he just kind of, and now for e4. So e4 is of course the idea that he wants to play g5, but he didn't want to allow the possibility for knight to go to d5. So it would be kind of a good square for knight on d5, both attacking the bishop and both forcing some exchanges. And since white is rushing forward with all the pawns, he wants
Mm-hmm.
to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, because opponent's pieces will not have enough squares if we push all our pawns forward, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what? Who is better here? I have no idea. It could be that one of the sides is already close to winning, but it's just so impossible to assess something like this, and especially when you just take a look at this position. What's your intuition about it? How do you feel should be in charge here?
Um. Um. I think here. I mean, how it's hard to say. It of course. Uh. As I just look at into this position, I needed some time to actually process what has happened, and because both both players in here and the pieces are doing its things, and but yeah, I feel personally, I feel like I prefer white Toms in this position, because I don't know, I just feel like white has more ideas in this than black does. So yeah, isn't it, Toms?
Yeah, as I said, I don't know the answer to that, but I like, my feeling would be that I would prefer to play here with white, but I think that black is
Mm-hmm.
better because
Really?
black is actually
Okay.
because black is actually a pawn up. We cannot forget that. They took on
Oh
c4,
yeah.
and this is actually an extra pawn.
Yes.
And
Mm-hmm.
another
But do
factor
you?
is that,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I
But
just
do you
wanted
think
to
this?
point out that
But do you think this? Okay.
sorry, do I think what?
Yeah.
Didn't
But
hear
do
you
you,
there.
but do you, but do you think that this pawn done positioned by white is actually has a consequences for white? I mean, in the terms of position. Okay, white is one pawn down, but I think white has more space in this. So, but yeah, still, you're right. Things that you mentioned earlier, it was um, both has its own advantage. The black has one pawn up, but white, meanwhile, one pawn down, but probably has a little bit, positional advantage here. So yeah, what do you think can be done here for both sides?
So many things. That's what makes this position so absolutely crazy, because even
Yes.
I mean, this is for sure not the strongest move in this position, but even this, I know, I wanted to
Mm-hmm.
say even this is hard to assess, but okay, here we have knight takes, so
I
it doesn't
didn't
matter.
see that. Incredible.
So okay, so that doesn't make any sense, but yeah, I see that black already castled here. I was also considering that maybe it's more like 97, just quickly dealing with the pieces that white are using to control the center, exchanging this knight, then also relieving the pressure from the c4 pawn could be something that could be done. Another thing, what was I think should have been considered, probably it was considered,
Mm-hmm.
was to just play queen
Mm-hmm.
a5, attacking this pawn on c3, and with a plan to castle long, castle queen side, with the immediate pressure on the d file with a rook. So just going aggressive. If your opponent is aggressive, then sometimes it's can work out great just to be also aggressive against. But he just went for the safest option, of course. That's understandable. Just
Mm-hmm.
castle. I mean, you can't go wrong in the opening phase of the castle, really,
Mm-hmm.
right? You
Mm-hmm.
just need this king out of the
Yes.
harm's way.
One
And
of
now
the
white
very
is
first
gonna.
things that I've learned when I just started playing chess when I was 4, one of the things that I learned for the first time when I just learned chess at 4 years old, my coach always told me to castle, castle, castle. It could never gone wrong, if you castle during opening. So yeah, as a kid, I used to be very aggressive, and I was too tempted in doing some premature attack like in the opening. But then after the game, my coach will be like, "What did you do? You should castle, castle, castle." So yeah, I mean, just validating your point earlier that the castling is never will never go wrong during opening.
And yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good coach. He was making sure that you follow those basic principles. Uh, and did you later on? I noticed that sometimes people like they learn it as a kids. Like for example, the coach really
Mhm.
tells them to castle, and they're just that's the first thing they do.
Yes.
And then when they get a little bit better, then
Uh-huh.
they start to again ignore this rule completely. They just start to go forward with everything, just being aggressive and so on. Did you go through something like this once again?
Yes, yes. I think he was a good coach, but I'm not a good student because I don't listen to him anytime. So sometimes I just being rebel and do whatever I want on the board, because I'm often tempted when I found some kind of combinations or anything, that wasn't even very promising, but I just wanted to go to this land without a very without a very good without being well calculated as well. So yeah, so probably I'm quite a rebel back then, and I still am. Just attack, attack, attack.
That's good. That's well, I think that's very important. Just to play it in that way, it's fun, right? We just have to enjoy the game,
Yeah.
and
Uh-huh.
then we want to keep playing it, right? If we are not kind of interested,
Yes.
then we just want to
Uh-huh.
improve. We want to keep playing and so on. But if we are just playing something that we like despise, like so boring chess for us, then it's like, why would we want to do it again? uh, yeah. So
Right.
let's return to
Sometimes
the games
we
because
have to we have to spice it up, our relationship with chess. So, yeah, let's go back to the game.
yeah, and we see that Black actually played knight e8. So his point is very obvious. So the point is
Yes.
this knight has no squares. So he just wants to go f6 and attack it. And, well, that's it. And to take it, recapture it. And White, it's hard to stop. It's so simple. Yeah, sometimes in chess, the most simple things are just the hardest to deal with. And knight e8 is just so simple,
Yes.
just such a simple threat just to attack a knight. And it's very, very hard to stop it. I mean, probably the move g5 is the only one that kind of saves it. Yeah, that's what also got played. G5, I guess. Oh no, that's sorry.
Yeah.
It didn't get played. But I think player will just took the pawn and played g5. Okay, now we see it on the board and the camera. And because there was no other way, this at least gives us an extra square on g4 for the knight, also to retreat back. So now in case of something like f6, and if we take here, we can go back. So it's at least better than to lose a knight. And of course, in this scenario, Black does not want to take with his pawn here because that opens up his king. And if you can keep the pawn in front of there, then we want to keep it. And yeah, Black took with the queen here, queen f6, just attacking the bishop. Probably bishop is going to have to go now either here or to g3. On e3, the big plus is defending the d4 pawn, but on g3, the big plus is defending the knight. So it's a very big decision. It might be the decision that one of the moves is actually very bad and one of them is fine. So it's big pressure on the white player.
Right.
Okay, yeah, this game is for sure gonna be very, very interesting. But I think Black is doing just better. Much better here because the pawn is already visibly just a pawn, right?
Black is slowly improving in this position. I mean, in the game, after castling and then knight e8, and I can see like Black is, the position is slowly improving and become even more, structured. And the one pawn up that Black has seems to be, the advantage that Black has from the one pawn up that he has seems to be more obvious now, as the position slowly improved. So yeah.
And now we see also what it is costing for White to have played g4. Like if you have a choice, you don't really want to play g4 and then castle king side. Like
yes,
I would have tried to do everything possible to get my king somewhere here on the other side of the board, because now with the f file open, there are just so many weaknesses. Like the king is weak, and another factor is I think this is gonna come with a big force, and it could be also just tactically already very hard.
Ooh. Yeah. Everything is coming. Yeah, I mean, Black pieces are coming to destroy the center, and also the king area is open. So I think Black is having many. I mean, there are so many things that can be done from Black. Black has options here.
Yeah, and I don't think White has any options. Black really has one problem, right? The knight on e8, only one, and White has big
many,
amount of
so
problems.
many. yeah, I agree.
Okay, so
he played rook d8, king h1.
So that's the idea, was to get rid of this potentially a pin here. So king h1, yeah, he just needed to hide with it, right? There is no more g pawn, so he has to hide behind an h pawn, just to have kind of little bit illusion of safety, maybe, because I don't think he's feeling very
Yes.
safe or comfortable here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Uh-huh.
now, okay, Black is gonna think about different plans. Okay, he went bishop h3. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yes, that's one way. Another way, also what he could done probably is to improve this bishop because it's only attacking this knight and not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
But if he could use it to
Mm-hmm.
attack this pawn, it could become very powerful. So something like this
Yes.
was that was coming to my mind as a very, very
Uh-huh.
unpleasant thread,
Mm-hmm.
as I don't like bishop
Mm-hmm.
h3 for the reason that it we leave the c4 hanging, and even though at the moment white cannot take it, later on it could be an issue. Even sometimes later, this could be coming with a check or uh, some little things like that. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I would have preferred not to keep the
Mm-hmm.
bishop on e6 and improve just the piece that's not working at all for me.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, while the games are still
Right,
going, maybe
right.
should we take a look at the top board in the girls section? Maybe.
Sure. The
Uh,
latest.
yeah. So we have two leaders there playing.
Mm-hmm.
Beidulayeva Gohar with Hernandez Diaz. And so here we have the second seed still being on top, unlike in the open section. But the other leader
Mm-hmm.
is only ranked number 21. Wow. So that is one of
Wow.
the lowest ratings in the tournament, actually, but she is leading. That is
Mm-hmm.
also a good indicator that
Mm-hmm.
rating is not
That
everything,
is
right?
that is yeah, that is amazing. Right. Rating is not define your quality on the board. So yeah, and this also just prove my point that hmm
But I think in this
yeah.
game,
So
in this game, I guess
mm-hmm.
the favorite should prevail. Position seems very, very good because of course, yeah, e takes d5, which has happened. The problem is that we lose the f7 pawn. We can't do anything about it. So
F7
it
pawn.
might be
Yeah.
just over already. We still have the knight on a6, which is completely cut off. Like I cannot get in
Mm-hmm.
the game except through b8, which of course is not an
Yes.
option because that would lock in our rook,
Takes a
and it would
long.
simply also exactly long time, yeah. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, she played rook d5. Okay, that is already uh, kind of last chance to try to stay in the game. But in this case, the
Yes.
rook, in my opinion, should turn out to be very powerful, right? Just too strong.
Yes.
Especially we are playing still without this piece. So in fact, it's not only that we are playing without
Mm-hmm.
an exchange, we are playing without a rook. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not gonna go too good, I think. And
Absolutely. Yeah.
maybe maybe let's switch then to some other games which may could have some more
Mm-hmm.
excitement in them. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
should we go back to the top boards in the open section, or should we take a look at the board
Yeah.
two?
Let's go back.
Let's go back to the open section. Okay, let's go back to the board one. In the open section, how this game developed. A lot has happened since we last looked at it. And oh wow. Uh,
Wow.
okay, so it
Wow.
felt like black is doing good, and black has managed to go forward a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so first things, I guess let's count pawns. Black has one extra pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of was trying to mate, but I feel like it didn't work out as there are no direct mate threats. And in the same time, White has managed to also create some threats of his own early against the g7.
Mm-hmm.
It's so many lines here, so many combinations. I don't even
Yes.
know. I don't want to say like who is better for sure or no, because it could be either way. there are some tactics with f4 connected as well, and then something with the knight
F4,
g3.
knight G2.
So let's say we make some move like queen d4. My idea was to play knight g3. We cannot take with this pawn because there's a pin, and if we take with the rook, then we give up an extra. Oh, but we can take with the rook because there is a mate.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
many hidden tactics here.
yeah, what I wanted to make work was to force opponent to take with this pawn, and then to take and play f2, and kind of promote this in this way. But I guess it's not working, and because of that, black played queen h4. Queen h4 releases the pressure from f3 pawn, but it does look at the rook on e7. But I think things are not going so good anymore for black. He overpushed somewhere.
He just played f4.
And now bishop d1 and f4. Okay, so he is... Now there's no queen d4. So that's a big thing. We cannot attack g7. Yes. And white simply answered with queen e4.
Can we do the knight g3 things here?
The problem is that we cannot take with this pawn because the queen is hanging on h4.
Yeah.
So I think that's what... Yeah, it would have been great, I think, in this moment to do it, but no, it's not possible. Knight f6, and they're out of time. They both have no time. Wow, look at that. White player is playing on seconds. That, I think, is the main... At this point already, this is the main hope for black, I think. That white has seconds and black has a knight. How do you feel about knights? Because I feel horrible to play against... Oh, and a blunder happened immediately.
Oh,
look at that.
Oh, no. Yeah.
In this moment, I thought that you just have to play queen f3. And sure, Oh, but there's still a tactic like this. Okay, so black actually tricked with a knight. Yeah, so...
But still,
just as
this is much better, do you think? I mean, yeah, than blundering. But okay. I mean, we can still play. Like, after queen g4, queen e2. But okay, I mean, it's exchange up already quite hopeless as well. But at least,
Well, they're playing still this. So I think here are not that bad chances. Oh no, but we don't have time to take on f3. Okay, so if we had time to take, for example, in this position already, our bishop would be here, and we could play something in bishop d5. I think white would still have some decent chances because we could also push the pawns on the queen side. This could become weakness or something like this. But now this is just over. This is huge force.
And probably
is just gonna come out.
White can do. I mean, if white could, if white had like time to take the f3, probably afterwards white can do, this structure like bishop on d5 and pawn on c4 and e6, and it looks, very very strong there.
Yeah, it would be hard to break, but still, actually, the problem might be there that if the most simple, black would be able to sacrifice a rook, an exchange, and go to a pawn endgame with one extra pawn, which should be almost always winning. And okay, this game is gonna for sure finishing. Black is winning, is up on time. Yeah, they finished already. So congratulations to Tobias. So he goes to be on 4 out of 4, and on board 2 also Robert won against his much higher rated opponent.
Wow.
Yeah, so one more time he takes down... See, he took down the first number on the round 2, and now he took down the number 4. Fourth seed of the tournament is really going strong.
Yes.
Okay, so that is board 3 that we see on the camera, and there we have a complicated endgame. Whenever I see knights, I want to say complicated. But
knights are problem maker. Don't you agree with me, Toms?
Yes, they are my biggest nemesis in when it comes to time travel. It's just
Yes,
so many
yes.
forks. Uh, so here, black is trying to run with the f pawn, but white is pawn up, and if they manage to, for example, do some, if they manage to stop the f pawn, and then white should be having much better position. Even if we simplify to a rook endgame, white should be having very decent chances
Hmm.
to win because this one is
Yes.
very weak. And of course, now f1 is the threat. We cannot go c8 because we would just give up the knight. But white is going to play rook f8, stopping the pawn, king g3.
Hmm.
And oh wow.
Hmm.
So the idea is now we cannot go here. Oh, we can go c8. Look at that. c8 is also played. And if we take, at the end, there's going to be a fork. And so
Oh,
we are not gonna take the knight here, but we are just gonna give a fork and take
yes.
the rook. Oh wow! So nice finish, very nice. So just knight
Hmm.
showing
Nice
why it
tactic.
is powerful in such position to its fullest. Yeah. So I don't think there's anything left in this game, or uh, maybe still it's not over. So knight f5, king f3, and if we take, and still we cannot take the knight, as this one wants to promote.
Hmm.
So it's not completely over.
Yes, it's
Oh
not.
wow. It felt like it should be over, but it's not. And check. I don't like this move. I think it helps black, but
Yes,
he
the
probably
tempo.
has his own. Yeah, king d3, and
Rook should be back to f8 now.
yeah, because we want to promote, so we have to go back with the rook. Uh,
Hmm.
he did that. Rook f8 was played already, and do you think black will manage to save this game, or white will find a way to win?
I don't think so. I think a game will end up the draw. Yes.
Oh wow, it's already a draw.
It's true.
Wow, I did not see that coming because I was wondering what if just white pushes the c pawn right now.
Mm-hmm.
As we cannot run with our knight too far because the pawn is going to want to promote. So if you just
Yeah, and
play c4,
I mean, White has a
uh,
chance.
but of course we have to be careful that the knight wouldn't come to f4 or f3, blocking off the f file for the rook. And I don't know if it's possible or no. Again, just so many ways
Yes.
how to jump around. And then okay,
Mm-hmm.
oh here we have knight b6, and we cannot play c5 because of the knight
Mm-hmm.
d7, attacking both of those. And if we go king b3, then again we can still do the same kind of stuff. And yeah, okay. There was no way for white to play for a win. So a good decision
Mm-hmm.
by a white player
Yes.
to make a draw there. And how are you in such situations? Are you instantly taking a draw, or you are trying to push out the maximum of like prolong the game as long as possible?
I I think it depends on what I need and what I feel at the moment, especially at Rapid and Blitz. But if if it's like classical and I still had like more time, probably I would take I would take the chance. Yes.
Uh, are we gonna see bishop and the knight against the king?
That would be exciting.
Oh, but this is a strong move. Look at this move, knight d5 by
Yes.
Constantine.
Yes.
Wow, so it just cuts off this knight. So it means that black can be only
Uh-huh.
going with the king and not.
Uh-huh.
Probably now white can just go pick up this pawn because
Yes,
black
this
can't do
is
anything.
winning
Yeah, that's
now.
what's happening.
Yeah.
and then would go to protect the pawn, and then just
Oh,
go
and
with a.
probably bishop. Okay, bishop e4
Oh, that
now, and then to discover check.
uh, bishop e4, but oh, okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, but it forces.
Hmm.
I think it forces giving up the a pawn. We win the knight, but we lose the a pawn.
But we can win with only like knight and bishop, right? I mean, it would be sufficient
Of
to
course,
win.
of course,
Yeah,
of course,
but
it's
okay.
totally. But it's
There are cases, and there are games that some strong players cannot done it due to pressures and time trouble. But okay, but I think it would be sufficient if white want to go that way.
it's actually very very stressful for me personally to get these theoretical endgames.
Agree.
How do you feel about it? Like you are you worried, for example, if you would need to go for a checkmating with a knight? Um, because yeah, I just had okay. So white is making nice progress, I think here, and soon the
Yeah.
so bishop cut off and the king is forward, and white is trying. It's
Mm-hmm.
visible that white is trying to uh, avoid this endgame. Yes,
Yes.
and
Oh,
he
it's
did.
black resigned.
Black resigned. Oh, because
Mm-hmm.
there's a fork exchanging the. Yeah, so white was trying to avoid,
Yeah.
I think, this endgame because if he wanted this kind of
Yes.
endgame, he could
Actually, it's
even just
wise.
go
I just realized
knight.
that it's wise.
Yeah, and he could do this, and but it's scary. Like if you can avoid something like this, you try to avoid it. Even though I'm
Yes.
kind of
Yes.
like very very sure that Constantine knows how to win it, but it's still kind of scary,
Yeah.
especially people are
Still.
watching you play, and
Mhm.
and we
Agree.
have still
Agree.
running.
All the pressure. The girls section now, Kairbekova Amina from Kazakhstan as the first seed, playing against Kirtatsa Anastasia from Georgia, 15th seed. And what is going on now?
And white won. So it's
White won.
a lot of extra pieces for white here, and he just
Mm-hmm.
is just a checkmate coming, and
Yes.
so we have one leader with 4 points, and the uh, closest group of players following is with 3 points in the girls section. So it's already quite a serious advantage. 1 point. Uh, how do you feel yourself? Like, does when you are leading the tournament, does it put some extra pressure on you when you're doing very good, or it doesn't matter and you still play the same?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, especially I was playing lots of group tournaments back then, and yeah, good news is now I'm 19 and I'm turning 20, and soon I will be not able to play those tournaments anymore because the pressures are crazy. Because people are watching, especially from our countries, and people will talk about it. People will watch it, and there are expectations, and also, of course, pressures, and some moments, especially when I was much younger, I feel like every moves matter. So and I feel like a certain baggage here. So I've kind of sometimes I feel kind of like losing the art of chess, while playing those, when I think about the pressures. So yeah, but as time goes by, as I'm getting older, I'm getting better at handling the pressure. But absolutely yes, in general, of course, I feel like more pressured, when I lead, and what about you, Toms?
Uh, it does. I guess it depends on the event, but I think it was as a junior. Like it was the hardest
Hmm.
tournament to play was the national championship for juniors, like for the youth, because I would do
Agree.
that every year because I was always like one of the
Hmm.
two favorites, but I could just not play there, and I was sometimes just underperform horribly. But now I'm actually quite enjoying being in the lead, and have this cushion of extra points or
Mhm.
so on. And
Yes.
yeah, so yeah, and
Yeah. Talking about national age group. Mhm.
yeah, sorry, you
Yeah,
started to say
talking
something.
about national age group, I am totally, deeply, completely agree with you because me myself, I mean, I have been playing national junior almost every year back then, and I won national age group 5 times in different age groups, of course. And I mean, it was a good thing, but looking back then, I felt like, oh my god, the pressure was too much. Okay, probably I won, but after all those tournaments, I usually got sick, or I would take like 1 week break, to just steam off all of the pressure that I just had, because national age group is just, I agree, it's just something different. It has so many pressure on it, and also, from so many things, from the as a junior, of course, and as we're getting older, probably we can handle the situation better, the pressure better, as we just responsible to ourselves. And back when we were junior, we were quite dependent on so many, like many people, probably our parents and our coach, and we feel like we don't want to disappoint them. But now, yeah, I also feel the same thing with you. I feel like I can enjoy, chess better, and also the position when I'm leading. So yeah, great.
And probably we can sum up what happened in the with the results. So in the open section, we have
Mm-hmm.
two leaders right now. So it
Two
is
leaders.
Quelle Tobias from Germany and Piliposian Robert from Armenia. And they are going to be playing with each other. They both played this round with black pieces, so one of them
Mm-hmm.
will have to repeat black colors, but most likely it's going to be Robert who is going to play black
Mm-hmm.
once again because he is the lower rated player. So in the next
Yes.
round, yeah, but I don't think it matters so much in rapid chess. It's
Yes, agree.
gives some advantage, but still, it's just about who is sharper. And
Yeah.
then there's going to be quite a big pack, I guess, with 3.5 points following them. Uh,
Mhm.
Maybe not so big, actually. Maybe when I look at it,
Yeah.
it's going to be also maybe two players only. And yeah, so they are going to be fighting also to join the lead to fight for the top places. And in
Mm-hmm.
the girls section, we have one leader, Beytulayeva Gohar from Azerbaijan, who is now 4 out of 4. And
Mm-hmm.
then she has a point lead from the rest, right? So the
Mm-hmm.
closest like players in the second place are also sharing with 3 points out of 4. And there are gonna be, I guess, quite a few players. Looks like 6 players are gonna be with 3 out of 4, and whoever is gonna play with Gohar is probably gonna be very motivated to take her down, to kind of to slow her down, and to be still in the race. Because even if she loses the game, she's still gonna be sharing the first place. So it's a very comfortable situation to be in.
Yes.
And
Yeah. Yeah. But still, Gopher needs to be, also careful, and really, perform her best, as anything can happen. Now is quite comfortable for her, but anything can happen in rapid and blitz, and of course, when we're leading, we don't want that. We want to have, comfortable position as long as we could. So yeah.
It's still early in the tournament, so for sure she's not gonna start to play it safe. She's gonna try to play for a win in every game. But when the tournament progresses and when you're in the lead, the only thing that you have to watch out from, and what a lot of players start to do, is they start to play extra safe. And when you try to play extra
Yes,
safe, that is often some problems can arise just out of nowhere. You just are not going for
problems
the
can
most,
arise.
yeah, just you just always have to play for a win and never for a draw. Even if you want to draw, you should play for a win, and then it's a bigger chance that you'll
Yeah,
get your draw. uh, yeah, and
agree,
now,
agree.
yeah, sorry, something you want still to add for the,
Um,
or we, yeah, or we are probably
I,
going then for the break before we still don't have our pairings
yes,
for the next round. And we'll be back with you in
we
about
will.
10 minutes, roughly.
Hmm.
Roughly in 10 minutes, when
Yes,
we'll have
we'll,
pairings for the next round and we can speak about the matchups there. So don't go
exactly.
far.
We will be back at 15:10 CET. Go anywhere, and we will be back in roughly 10 minutes. We will be commentating the next round for you guys. So see you in a few minutes.
Yeah, see you.
tonight, a recipe of pure delight, an aphrodisiac of love tonight, some deep red wine like Sagrantino, under this Italian sky tonight. Ooh, feeling alright. We're cooking midnight pasta a mezzanotte con pomodoro e basilico, aglio fresco, virgin oil.
Hello,
welcome
guys.
back.
Welcome back.
Round
Yeah.
5 of
So-
the... Yeah. Go on. Round 5 of the FIDE
Okay,
World
so,
Junior Rapid. I think we have some slight delay. Apologize for that, guys, in the connection.
Yes, guys.
Just have to adjust. So yeah, an exciting round ahead, as everyone is here in this event. Players are already sitting at the boards, and
Yes.
there is a handshake. What we see in camera is board 2 from the girls section of Tsiolazzo Alessia Mihaela playing with Skarbekova Amina. So we have, in the girls section, we have one leader with 4 points out of 4. So convincingly leading the event, and there are 5 players following with 3 out of 4. And it should be an exciting match on the first board, where we have the third seed, Nurgali Nazerke, playing with white pieces against the leader, Belduyava Govhar. So with white pieces being kind of equally rated players, she's definitely looking to get back in the race to take down the leader, and that should be a very, very interesting match. And then we have two boards of each player having 3 out of 4, and that is as we mentioned already, board 2, Tsiolako Alessia Mihaela against Skarbekova Mina, and Hernandez Diaz against Olabeyeva Xeni. And interestingly, that on top 3 boards in the girls section, we already see all the top 4 seeds. So first, second, third, and fourth number by the rating in the tournament has managed to get up to the top. So this rating does mean something as well, after all. Something that we could start with, right? Yeah.
We can see here in the boys section, Raunak Satwani seems like has recovered from yesterday a big blunder. And after all, ratings are matter, and all these players are starting to to show and to prove it. I mean, to show their levels. So and also Um,
And the guys section.
let's see
we're
what
seeing on
happened in the
screen.
top part.
Yeah. Sorry. You wanted to see the results of the previous round or the games already?
Your call, Toms.
So we could just say a few words about that in the open section. In the open section, there are two leaders, Koala Tobias with Piliposti and Robert. They're going to play on board one. We are going to take a look at that game as well. And the top seed, Satswani Raunak, is with 3 out of 4 points, playing with the only player with 3.5 points, which is Peirer Konstantin. So another very, very interesting matchup. But my suggestion would be to start this round with the girls section, with the first board there. How does that sound? Sounds good, yeah.
Sounds good to me. Let's do that.
So the games are already running. There is the opening phase is on, and so both players have blitzed out the most, kind of convincingly, especially the black player we see having 15 minutes 43 seconds. So that's half a minute more than in the beginning of the game. So it should mean that she is very, very comfortable. And I'm very afraid that this game might actually not have the action that we were hoping it could have. What's worrying me is that there's going to be an exchange on e7 and d5 will be played, not to have a weakness, and then those will get exchanged, and we are just have a very equal position very early on.
I think that's what's going to happen.
Because now without the dark square bishops, if I would be playing white, I would be worried not to play d5, since if black gets the knight back, controlling there, bishop would come out.
What about playing some kind of rook e1? What about playing some kind of move like rook e1, something like that, instead of d5? Except white is aiming for draw. I mean, d5 would be the best move, But if white wants to play, probably we should choose other moves.
You have to choose other moves with d5. It's gonna be very hard to play for a win here. But I think that something has just been done wrong in the opening from the white player, because it's scary. At least for me, I would be scared with this kind of position already to try to play for a win with white here, because I don't when we have isolated pawn, we usually want to use it by having some sort of an attack, because we control more squares in the center, we have more space, so we can use it for attacking opponent. But in this case, it's very hard to imagine how white could attack. And if black just plays knight f6, blocks on d5, takes and starts exchanging the pieces, we could end up in strategically very, very hard position later on in the game. So it's a big decision for white, very big decision. And I guess this next move from the white is gonna show us what is her intention in this game, if she wants to take risks or no.
Absolutely. I think now she's thinking for. I think now she is, forming some strategy. So I'm pretty sure she wouldn't move d5. But what did she just move? Can we see on the PGN?
Yeah, she played knight d5.
Right.
So she's going for the game. Just going forward, right? Just forcing opening backwards, and could be that this move, let's say now the knight is attacked, so we had to make a move with the knight. Knight f6 is played, and now if ever b6 would come, which would be a natural way how to develop this bishop, it could be met by queen f3, and attacking on this diagonal, and thus allowing the rooks to get connected, maybe rook d1 coming, or just somehow differently trying to use those squares there. But still, I think black is doing completely fine here. And there has to be a reason
And
why.
Probably here is a typical idea here of putting the knight, I mean black's knight, on d5 sometime soon. Isn't it, Toms?
Yeah, that should be the thing what black is trying to do. But I think first priority is going to be the taking care of the bishop. Should take care of the piece that is still not playing at all. And the knights are kind of... You could also wait, because if you successfully put the bishop on b7, then maybe we want to put knight here and attack the d4 pawn already, when the d5 break is not possible. So, yeah, knight is for sure. Knight is the perfect blocker against pawns, isolated pawns, passed pawns. Knight is just doing amazing job blocking them. But in this case, might not be necessary to do it, because I'm not sure what is white going to do next. Even such a move like a6 is coming to my mind. a6, two plans. One plan is, of course, to play b5 with the extra tempi. And let's say you play something like a4 to stop it. Then I was thinking maybe I could even play queen d6 with rook d8.
Yes.
Or maybe instead of queen d6, maybe also queen b6. Who knows? Still attacking to two sides.
Yeah. Is it can be considered as an idea to put the rook on e3 and probably just making the rook to be more flexible there on the third rank, so that probably sometime soon or quite in the future, rook can move to the g3 and probably starting some attack there.
Yeah, so you were not lying when you were saying that you want to attack. So
yeah,
rook e3, that is very aggressive, but I like it. Yes. That's a good idea. So just to go for it. So in this position, okay, so let's say, yeah, I don't know what the thing is. That black has to make a move. Black played bishop d7. Okay, that is somewhat surprising to me. That's playing it very, very safe. So the plan is to quickly get rook out on c8. And perhaps now, especially rook e3 could be interesting, because we don't have to worry so much about this pawn being attacked. And
yes,
we can go rook d3. That's one option, of course. But we could as well go something like rook h3. So it's already there, kind of by the king, right? So that was your plan, just to checkmate. So yeah, that could be good. Or another, maybe something like rook f3, and we could have some tactics connected with this diagonal and some sacrifices there and there. I don't know, just something slowly preparing. Maybe d5 as well could be a break, because knight could be hanging on f5. So yeah, especially after bishop d7, e3 is a very, very interesting move to play. But no, she played d5. Oh no. We might see a lot of exchanges. Oh no, not because it's a bad move. Oh no, because we as a commentators, we always want action on the board. So is that a draw offer even? Or okay, well, 1 point for her. What works great is she has developed
the
already.
E-file.
Yeah, she has E and C file. The rooks are already out there, while black rooks are still passive. So there is a slight pull for the white, but I am wondering what is the idea if we just take. I assume you have to take, And if I just play here, is she planning to... It's hard to believe that this could be anything for white, really.
Yeah.
Queen b6 in the next move. This is so well protected. In the long term, I think that black could even get a better position thanks to the bishop against knight. And
Yes, bishop has always had a play a better role in the open.
yeah, so okay. Yeah, so this is kind of decisive moment, but I think that this game is going to head into a very slow and rather boring for kind of continuation. And we should switch somewhere else. And let's take a perhaps quick look at the board number 2 in the girls section before jumping on to guys.
Yes, let's do that.
Where we have, with black pieces playing top seed of the tournament, Karbenkova Amina from Kazakhstan, and she's playing with Alessia Mihaela from Romania. Oh, and we see that this is for sure an exciting position. So white is pawn up. It's been a gambit line where white is giving up black is giving up a pawn, but for that is getting a lot of activity and a lot of piece play, and also a lot of play on those files there, everywhere. And well, do you prefer to be pawn up or pawn down in these kind of positions?
Probably as the pawn done. I mean, to have the consequences. Usually, I would go for that. I just feel like I'm more confident in that.
Yeah, here, because this kind of position, like when there's clear attack, that is often the case, and like your pawn, you sacrifice a pawn for an attack. But here, this is simply a positional sacrifice because there is no clear attack. White's king is in no danger at all. This is a long-term positional idea that he's gonna get back. Like black is gonna get back one pawn, and then later on, some are gonna get back another pawn. And then the c pawn is going to be very, very strong because, of course, this is well protected. Oh, a queen exchange and a short castle. I don't like that decision too much. What do you think?
Well, yeah, probably castling was not the worst move, but I was thinking about some other moves. Obviously, probably you were as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I once we exchange queens, it's an endgame, and in endgame, it's very much about controlling all the squares. And there is no advantage of having rook on f1 than on h1. On h1, it's actually even better, right? But I think there was a big advantage to having king on e2, especially as we see in the game. Now, this is something where the knight can be jumping through d3. And if he had king on e2, we could even just play f4 and kick the knight away if we wanted to. If no, we didn't need to do anything because the knight would be doing nothing at all. So I think it was working very much for white in white's favor that they still hadn't castled, and they had a chance to keep the king in the center as in an endgame kind of position. That's very, very nice bonus. It's another piece simply that is working, helping you. And now there is a big threat of taking on a2, and then we would be left with a very weak pawn on a2, b3. Sorry.
Exactly.
So what could be done here by white? Oh, she already played. She played a4.
Before.
Oh, okay, but a4
Hmm.
idea is very clear. Knight b5, and we have no more
Mm-hmm.
weaknesses. So, do you think we're
But
gonna
c4
see
is
bishop
coming, right?
c4? Yes,
I mean,
c4.
once the knight is on b5, c4, and then yeah, it would do quite a little mess for white, I could say.
Yeah, it could. Uh, just we have to be very careful. This is a very
Mm-hmm.
powerful asset on h6. The king is in checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
So we can have
Yeah.
all the time some tactics with our opponent trying to checkmate us on the 8th rank.
Right.
And oh wow, okay, so this is very, very simple. Knight d3 was simply met by a4, and I think yeah, everything came together very nicely. Everything has come together in the position for white. Maybe we can play rook b4.
Mm-hmm.
So my idea is that after knight b5 we have rook takes e4. There is no way to protect this pawn comfortably, and if we play f3, then we create a big, big square for the bishop on d4. I don't know if it does
Mm-hmm.
anything, but kind of just trying to get out a little bit. Because of course it is risky to put our rook in a cage on b4, just under the bishop's attack. So that is something to worry about, of course, at all times. Yeah, so she's thinking from, but what's your guess for the result in this one?
Still hard to say in this position, and also talking about girl section, because me myself as a girl, sometimes the position can be unexpectedly changed, and I think in this position it's still wild, and I mean both still has their own things and has their ideas, and we will see probably in the next few moves what will happen in this position. Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to make any predictions just yet, right?
Yes.
That's okay. So let's see if we manage to return to this one then later on, and
Yeah.
maybe then we can jump to the open section and to see
Yes.
how the leaderboards are faring there. So we have quite a calm game so far on the top board.
Mm-hmm.
Was played rather like calm opening from the backside, and but so white had no chance to go for really anything too sharp, and white is enjoying a nice pawn center, yet
Mm-hmm.
black has no weaknesses just yet and is preparing to make one of the breaks in the center, right? If we don't fight for the center
Yes.
just immediately, we have to do it at some point. We can never just
Yeah.
allow opponent to dominate.
Mm-hmm.
But it's white to move. I think it's if it was black to move, I think there would be absolutely no problems for black for sure
E5.
because of e5 or d5.
Okay.
Yeah, because we would
Mm-hmm.
just be ready to break. But as it's white to move, I am very, very concerned about this move.
it Well, I love this kind of move. It opens the diagonal of the bishop, and it becomes very powerful now, and yeah, it looks very good.
So let's say there's an exchange. What happens is I think it's not possible to go knight d5 anymore because of queen e4.
Mm-hmm.
Although still like this. Okay, the game is going on. There is no checkmate just yet. but I have a very bad feeling about this king's safety now that 2 pawns already went forward and there are no pieces defending it. So just something could start happening, even just something like this, and then we could bring in the knight from the other side. Looks troublesome, kind of, but yeah, probably there is an option in this position just to go knight d7 and to cover the h7 square. And then maybe it does favor black that we have opened up this bishop. Something in knight d4 could be a move here, just attacking that one. Bishop d5 and
rook e3.
Maybe not. Rook e3, yeah, that's great. I like it. Oh, yeah, that's exactly. Rook e3, just going for it. And I think it's very, very strong here. Black's position is super awkward. If this was actually working. So I'm wondering what he didn't like, because the idea of rook e3 is of course to play rook g3, and then we are gonna be threatening some stuff here on h6, or simply just going for a checkmate on g7 as well if they somehow go away with the king. And the king is also not able to go away like to h8 after rook g3 because f7 pawn is hanging. So it would be, if this was to happen, it would be very, very problematic. But but white played more calm, rook e2, and I think that now everything has to be fine in black's position, and he has to just choose between one of those two.
I think white just missed a chance. E5 was a very good move.
It sure feels like that, yeah. It sure feels like that was a way to just to get an attack for free, right? With no risk, we would just get an attack. As it's worst case scenario, I just feel like we would simply exchange some pieces. But best case scenario, we could mate our opponent. And rook e3, even instead of rook e2, maybe would be more interesting. Still kind of keeping this idea alive right now. Rook e2 is
actually
very, very... And e5 on the board. E5 on the board. So we're going to see...
feels a little bit awkward in my view.
So the idea after knight takes e5 is that there is a lot of pressure against e4 pawn. And so knight e5 is on the board. And one way how to deal with it, is queen c7. Okay, this game is heading for a draw very quickly, I think. So now knight has to go away somewhere. We exchange the queens. And we just... Okay, maybe not like this, as that could run into some tactics. Rather unpleasant tactics. But we can just take with the bishop here. And it should be a very, very equal position with lots of exchanges and not much to play for. So after queen c7, I guess the one principal move could be rook c5 just to keep the knight there. And then we have knight d7. Oh, no, we don't have knight d7 to queen f7. Look at that. So that's not possible.
Yeah,
so rook
wow.
c5. Rook c5. That's... Oh, but rook c5 doesn't work. Rook c5, just rook d1. Rook on e2 is very, very misplaced. And that would be dropping. So knight d3 got played, and this game is getting simplified very quickly. And that only means that if it finishes in a draw, then there was going to be much bigger tension still on the top of the standings, as other players
Yes.
get a chance to move closer, a bit closer, and let's then take a look at the players who are trying to catch up. Board 2, where we have top seed Raunak Sathwami playing with Konstantin Peyrer. And there is quite an interesting position. There is a position that feels kind of...
We expected to have as commentators.
Yes, so here the players are doing their job very well. They are providing us with an exciting game. How did they reach this position playing so fast? If I was playing this game, probably from either side, I would be already down to like 1 or 2 minutes because it's just so crazy. How are you doing when you're playing fast, like rapid chess? The time management, are you in time trouble, or you're one of the players who's always quick, always playing fast?
Actually, quite diverse, but I can say like I'm not, like, oftentimes I'm not really doing great at time trouble. So I always try to be very efficient, in the openings, in the terms of time, so that we can save the time on the positions that matters and more critical later on. For example, on middle game or game which requires more thinking, So usually that's what I always try to do, so that I can have more time on the position that needed to be calculated very well.
That is a great strategy. And that's the way you should approach it. Like, that's to anybody listening and watching you, right? So you should. That sounds like a very good way how to approach.
We also need some advice from a grandmaster himself. How do you approach like a rapid and blitz tournament? I mean, the games, and especially in the terms of time management.
Well, I'm always trying to play faster, of course. This is what I want to do. But the thing is, like, when the game is complicated and there's full of tactics, I get lost in it. I kind of allow counting all those tactical positions, all the combinations, and I just don't want to make a move before I have finished calculating. Like, I don't want to just make some move.
But at some point, you gotta move, I mean, sometimes when the time is running out and we haven't finished our calculations yet, but in the terms of time, we have to think about it, so sometimes we ended up moving the move that we didn't calculate, just to be safe, because we were running out of time. And that is, I can say, one of the most annoying part in rapid chess.
Yeah, that is true, and that is it's a good skill to have, actually, to be able to make the move before thinking too much. And here, I am not so familiar like with the game of white player of Raunak Sathwani, but I know that Konstantin Peyrer, he played. I used to play multiple times in a row a tournament in Austria, which was happening during the New Year's, and he was always there. That time already much younger, but he was always very big for playing fast chess and blitz, and he was good at that already at a very early age. So he is for sure great at fast chess, and that's why we can see that he has that kind of time advantage. And wow, rook at die, rook takes g2.
Oh, rook g2 takes.
Wow.
Okay.
Beautiful.
So Raunak Sadhwani, he's one of the prodigies in India, and he just reached classical rating of to 650 lately, and also just won European chess club championship this month. and being part of the team with Carson. And he just did quite a painful blunder yesterday, and I hope he recovered today. And yeah, if you saw yesterday, oh, and now it happens again.
It's over. Well, but here looks like the position was just bad for him. It doesn't look like it was one blunder. Yes, this is a very beautiful blow, just showing why White resigned, because here is a checkmate. And if you take with a king, then where is the checkmate?
Yeah.
Oh, then we can just take the queen as well. That's the most simple one. But there might be also a checkmate somewhere. But that's, the most simple is just to take the queen, of course. And there's no point to give any checks because we can just cover and this is protected. Or we could also just go back with a rook and we're peace out. So everything is great. And sure, he blundered it, but in this position, Black is completely in charge already. And
dominating,
this is very weak king.
Seems like Raunak doesn't really have good days in this tournament, yeah?
Well, everybody in it's hard because everybody is good. Everybody is young and upcoming, right? At the level, everybody is working on chess. It's when you play regular open tournaments, you have a chance to meet somebody who is maybe not anymore really so much into chess, just playing for fun. You can't find anybody who's playing for fun in these. So even doesn't matter the rating so much. Everybody is so good.
Agreed.
Okay, so. So that means that Konstantin is on 4.5 points and very, very close to sharing the first place, since the board 1 game is still on, but it's very likely to end in a draw. Or not. Or not, because actually, is this a blunder? Okay. So my question of being a blunder is what happens after Bishop G2? So if we take here,
Bishop
then of course
G2, and but the B7 is is hanging. I mean, Rook D1 first, and then later on we can take the B7 with the bishop. Yeah.
Maybe. So the one thing is that if we go Rook D1, first of all, we could go back. And if you take on B7, I can take this one. And the other way would be maybe to just go Knight C5 and just to protect it, wanting to play B6 in the next move. So perhaps that would work. But the question... Yeah. But the question is, what happens after Knight F4 here? And if Knight jumps somewhere like to D5 now, let's say, and threatening some fork. And maybe because of that, it's not working. Maybe it's not working because of that. And so they simply exchanged on D3, and now it is for sure heading to a draw. Okay, now there are no questions about that.
Yes.
So they both should be finishing, unless there is, of course, blunders. I mean, it's a fast chess. I mean, when you're saying it's headed for a draw, it's never in absolutes, right? Because there are so crazy things happening always in the fast chess, like such a big blunders that anything can still go on. But it's very, very likely that they are both going to finish with 4.5 out of 5, and then Konstantin is going to join them, and it's going to be 3 players with 4.5 out of 5, and still quite a big group with 4 out of 5, including Nesterov Arseny, who already won his game very, very quickly. So second seed, he's also back there in the mix. And while they are playing out this endgame, let's switch back to the girls and let's see how they are doing with stopping the leader on board 1. And oh wow, not many pieces left. So as expected, as expected after d5,
As expected at the
everything
very
was.
beginning.
But it also is for the tournament. It is important from one side because the player who is winning everything is stopped. They already finished in a draw, actually. It's just not been fixed on the board, so it's official. That game is in a draw, and there is nobody with 100% anymore in this tournament, and players with less points are now having a chance to catch up a little bit. So those who win right now on lower boards can be half a point behind.
Absolutely.
And here White did put knight in b5.
We had hope on h6, but now it seems like it's going to be captured anytime soon, probably with knight, knight f7 and then take it with knight or something like that. Or do we have other things here for black to do? Or here knight g4 actually can be done as well.
That is true. Just knight g4, g3, take the pawn, and black is no longer a pawn down, and then they can slowly get the knight back in the game. It makes it kind of a square there. Returns to its perfect position, and the problem for white is that these pawns are not moving. They are beautiful passed pawns, but they're not moving.
Yeah.
But black is also not moving. Those rooks, they are not able to reach the c file in any way. Oh, knight d3. She didn't go for the pawn. Knight d3. Okay. Kind of surprised there. And okay, the pawn count is actually a little bit kind of a mistake there, that white is actually 2 pawns up. Not 1 pawn up, but 2 pawns up. So if you just take an h6, it's still it's still 1 pawn up. So okay, so yeah, in that case, of course, white is doing just much better here. And those rooks, oh, they are so poor. This is such a horrible state. They don't have a single useful move. Look at that, of the rook c8.
Yes.
There's no way back in the game.
Agree.
Oh, this is... maybe just like this we could even play. And start to use the fact that we have 2 rooks and opponent doesn't have any.
We can consider so, yeah.
Oh, this is...
rook h1 and then rook h1 and then rook h8, something like that.
This is quite a big upset again in progress. The top seed looks like might be losing also in this event. So bad round to be a top seed.
For both sections, yeah.
And still additionally f4 could be coming just to target this knight. So what should black do? Knight d3. Knight d3 might be with a plan to go for this pawn.
Yes.
Rook h1 played. Rook h1. Very nice. So her plan is just to give a check and force the king away from defending this pawn, and then just go and together take it. And
yes. It could be as well checkmate coming up. I mean,
and last second
there would probably some patterns are there, but okay. With f4 and
yeah, that's what she's going for. Yeah, that's very nice. I like the way you're always trying to checkmate there. Not just picking up. That's an effective strategy, very effective strategy. So
Mm-hmm.
e5 seems like a already desperate attempt to
Yes.
do something, but now white has a problem because he has a choice
Mm-hmm.
of moves, and oh, and she took a pawn. Oh yeah, I don't like this decision at all. I don't
No,
like it.
I don't
That
like it. Yeah, Black now
it,
has a chance with Rook B3 or Knight F4. I mean, take
yeah.
the F4 first and then Rook B3. This is. I think this is became equal. Yeah.
Still, you have to worry not to get checkmated, I think. uh,
Yeah.
here, King G5,
Okay,
and that's
White is
still a
still
big threat.
dominating. Yeah, but okay.
But it must have been winning immediately somewhere. And oh, and
Mm-hmm.
now I think it's not clear at all. No, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be still game for 3
What
results,
about
and
D6?
especially
Oh,
with
she
this
played
time on the clock.
D6.
Yeah,
Oh,
but why I'm
I'm
worried about this
afraid
is
there
in a
will be
check.
checkmates.
Yeah,
No,
after 95, I have a feeling Black is winning this game after all. It was such a nice game by
um,
Alessia, like really nice game against much higher rated opponent, but I think that now it's
but
very
but but I'm
dangerous.
but I'm but I'm quite but I'm quite pessimistic about how White will handle this position. I mean, Knight E7 now, and I think it's already safe for White.
Yeah,
What?
I thought the king had to be on e6 to be able to pick up the
Yes.
d6 pawn, and now, yeah, now there's no fork. Knight is nicely blocking that from
Mm-hmm.
e7, so this doesn't affect anything. And okay, white is 2 pawns up again. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's a lot of turnarounds. It's not so easy to win anymore because the pawns are all over the board,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
it's 2 pawns. It has to count for something.
Yes. Probably now a Knight F5. Wait. Ah. Okay.
Like, yeah, no, the d6 pawn looks like it's falling. We didn't want to allow the king to get in the game, I think, so easily. As the pawn on d6 was not hanging. You look at this moment, the pawn is not hanging because there is knight
Mm-hmm.
f5 fork. So we actually have time to
Yes.
make some useful move, maybe even
Uh-huh.
a5.
A5. I was thinking about A5 exactly. Yeah.
Maybe a5 connected with rook a4 and then just pushing it forward. And now
Mm-hmm.
we have very fast development. And it's
Yeah.
a lot of checks. Are they agreeing for a draw?
This is risky.
Oh no, white has to play it on. Just needs to play this game on. Yes, king h5 on the board. That's great. No draw.
That's great, but no draw. Yeah.
No draw. Not yet.
This kind of move. King somewhere. But probably
Yeah.
probably Rook D5 after this, or yeah.
Ooh, rook d5. Wow, that is dangerous. So
Mm-hmm.
this knight cannot move because d6 pawn would be hanging, and now we have all sorts of ideas with the jumps. No, she played something else. She
Mm-hmm.
played king f5. No, is that correct? Yes, she played king f5. Oh, sorry. King f5 and rook e1, and I don't like king f5 because it's under checks again.
Yes.
Always in such positions with the knights on the board, you want to try to keep out of checks the king on the position where no checks. But maybe her plan is to go king f4 right now. I don't know. Seems
Right.
Yeah, but this is a lot happening. It's very, very hard to assess. Just so many tricks all the time, just trick after trick after trick. Now king e6. Do you think white is gonna manage to trick, or it's gonna be a draw?
I really hope so, because it will be quite, painful to, to not manage to win the game eventually. But I think, yeah, I mean, like, finally a5 is being played. I was really wanting for that move to be played. Yeah.
Oh, and
Now
she
we have
played.
a pawn.
Yeah, she played here rook d5. I think she forgot that here is a pin, and she cannot jump with a knight immediately. I think she completely forgot about that, because otherwise, and now the pawn on a6, ooh, that's a very, very dangerous pawn. It's only one square from a7, or a7 is going to be protected, so it's going to be almost impossible to deal with. It's two pawns, and I think white is winning already. Already white is winning.
Yes, the pass pawn is very...
And she took on e5. Wow. Okay. And those two, one of those is promoting, and she won this game. Wow, what a roller coaster!
Yes.
It already felt like black escaped, but after all those pawns were there, she didn't manage to pick them up. Look at that!
White is already winning here. Beautiful pass pawns. They work like a team.
Yeah, they are powerful. Okay, and they're still gonna play on this endgame, but the game is over. There is no question. So
yeah,
Alessia wins against the top seed in the event, and on board 3 we saw that Hernandez lost the second game in a row. After the great first day, she has not so good start of the day too. So Balabayeva also is catching up with 4 out of 5. And yeah, so I think that is the only games that are kind of still running in this section. And they are still playing out that position, but there is, of course, not much action. There is one game that might take a while. That is on board 6 in the girls section, and we have a different colored
Ilya
position.
Kurmangalieva against Ekaterina Miroshnik.
They both are on.
Okay, white has 2 pawns up, but this is opposite color bishop. Do you think that white will be managed to win?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Oh, I think yes. I think yes. In this moment, white I think should be able to win. I think if f4 is played, it could be immediately a draw. But for now, I think there is still a chance. And we should try to get our king to g5 and then play something like f4. That would be my feeling. Of course, if we can get the pawn to c7, that would be a very big deal, because it would open up both the way for our king in, and also it would simply force the bishop or the king to stay behind passive.
Yes.
Okay, king 3, bishop b5 on the board. Bishop g3. So white does not need to rush, of course. It's very important in these kind of positions to take your time by doing some extra moves, just to have time on the clock. But in the same time, you do need to be trying to make progress. Okay, king d4, king e6. No,
I think
it's
white
hard.
should go to like your plan that you mentioned earlier, king e3, king f4, and put the king on g5, and try to take the pawn on g6. But once again, we have these two pawns. I can say hanging like on e4 and f3, and unfortunately, those two pawns are on white square, so it would be easily threatened by black's bishop, which is white square's bishop.
Yeah, I like the bishop b8 move because it kind of gets the bishop out. Oh, c6. Wow, c6. Okay, so we are gonna see some very direct follow-up, and now, I think now black needs to play something like bishop g2. Just
bishop
not
g2
to go
and probably quick king f4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened. And
okay, white is trying to make two pass pawns, so black will be having quite a hassle in controlling those two.
And it's a correct corner. It's still a correct corner for the h-pawn in the scenarios where we would want to give up this bishop somewhere for some pawns. Even with the h-pawn, it's going to be winning because it's on the color of this bishop. And yeah, it's very problematic now. e5. Okay, e5, bishop b7 doesn't help because we just go here and here. Yeah, white is very, very close to winning this one. Since e6 is the threat, I'm forcing the king away. And now if you go something like king f6 is coming.
Probably maybe putting the bishop on g4. And there's nothing can be done. Like bishop e6, not bishop before. Probably black should have played bishop e6 and then bishop g4 instead of playing bishop c4.
But problem, okay, like here,
and it will be a dream.
We'll end up in the position where play somewhere. Although this bishop is very bad here, but still, I think we'll end up with the position where it will matter which color is the h-pawn, and we'll win the bishop for two pawns, and the h-pawn is going to win the game. But as it happened in the game. Looks like it is just over. That's a lot of pawns. Three pawns won't be stopped. There's no way that stop 3 pawns anymore. So nice endgame by Leah Kurmangaleyeva, and she's gonna be with 3 out of 5, just a little bit away there from the top. And other games have finished.
This game is just breaking the myth of a saying that opposite color bishop is always ended up draw. It's not always happened in every positions. I mean, and this is proof. This is one of the proofs of the point that opposite color bishop is not always drawish, guys. Especially when you have like material advantage, this is quite a big misunderstanding, especially in the junior players. They oftentimes thinking that once we have opposite color bishop and everything is safe, the games will be ended up draw, but it's not always happen like that.
Especially when we are up some pawns. That's very important, of course. Factor to be up some pawns, and 2 pawns is usually this kind of on the edge, right? Like sometimes you can save it, but most of the time without 2 pawns is going to be bad. While with 1 pawn, it's going to be the different color bishops still. Most of the time, I think it's going to be a drawish position, but of course not always. Yeah. And
Not always. Yeah.
since all the games are finished, I guess we could try to sum up the results from this round.
Mhm.
And so, since we were checking the girls section, we can start with that one. So on board one, we saw a draw, and that means that Go Harbor Dulayeva was stopped. She's no longer 100%, but she still is leading with 4.5, and there are a bunch of players who are joining her with 4 points, and so this is Alessia Mihaela Ziolazzo, who just won her game against top seed player. Played a nice game, just using her pawns. And Ksenia Balabayeva is also joining with 4 out of 5. And I guess that's it. Only two of them are there with 4 out of 5. And so the leaders group is it's not that big, right? It's they're kind of, we can already see some signs of which players are going to be fighting for the top places for the win. And
Yes.
of course, the family.
It will be a very exciting 6 rounds, because we have 6 remaining rounds in this rapid category, and it just becomes more intense, as the rounds goes by, and then we can really see, there are also upsets from both sections, and yeah, we can't wait. Probably there will be surprises, and more upsets, and probably unexpected things on the board to happen.
And in the open section, the situation is even more tense. So we have three leaders with 4.5, and that's Coella Tobias from Germany, Filipossian Robert from Armenia, and Peter Konstantin from Austria. And so they are all on 4.5, and they are followed by the group of few players with 4 out of 5, which is Nestero Arseni Nestero Arseni, Alexakis Dimitris, and Subel Jan. So they are all on 4 out of 5, and will be very interesting to see how they are gonna manage the next round. So we actually have the pairings in the open section already for the next round. So we know that Peter Konstantin is going to play with Coella Tobias, and Filipostian Robert is going to play with Nestero Arseni. And Alexakis Dimitris is going to play Subel Jan on board 3. So those are probably the boards that we're going to be mainly focusing on. And what's interesting, like when you have a small Swiss tournament here, like what I instantly noticed is as well that, like on the board 4, we see that 2 very high-rated players are going to play each other. Muradli Mohamed with 4th seed, with Garibian Mamikon with 6th seed, and that as well could have been a pairing, totally normal pairing for the board number 1, right? At some point, but this case, 2 grandmasters playing each other on board 4 only, and just highlights the unpredictability.
Yes, and the first board is filled by, a 8 seed and 11 seeds. So this is fun and getting more tense.
Certainly, and probably also some stress is already appearing for the players, because tournament with the next round is gonna pass the halfway mark. Right now we are 5 out of 11 in, and so after the next round is gonna be past halfway, and Yeah, so we'll be already. They will start to think about result much more, because when you lose one game somewhere early on, you still have time to really get back there. But right now, if you do that, not so much.
Yes. And yeah, and 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 what about the girl section? Or the pairing is not there yet. Okay, guys, we will be back in a few minutes when round six is about to start later on. So don't go so far. Be back. We'll be right here, still commentating for two more rounds, which are round six and round seven. And so yeah, we will be right here roughly in a few minutes, 10 minutes probably. Uh, Me with Thomas will be commentating again for you guys. So see you in a couple of minutes.
See ya.
Baby, after all the fun we've had tonight, a recipe of pure pure delight, an aphrodisiac of love tonight. Some deep red wine like Sagrantino under this Italian sky tonight. Ooh, feeling alright. We're cooking midnight pasta a mezzanotte con pomodoro e basilico, aglio fresco, virgin oil.
Hello, guys. Welcome back. Welcome to round 6. Here with us again, I am Woman FIDE Master Diajeng Theresa Singgih with GM Tom's Kantans, and we will be here commentating on round 6 for you guys. And yeah, as round 6 is about to start, how do you feel about this tournament, Toms, so far?
So yeah, hi, welcome back, everyone. And it's exciting. Yeah, just as it was expected before the start. It is so much fighting, and what I really love about this event, I don't think there is like any respect. I don't think anybody is respecting anybody, which is amazing. It's not like somebody just comes and says, okay, I'm playing as Grandmaster, that's it, my life is over, there are no chances,
Yes.
and just giving up. But they're all just playing such a great fighting chess that we see. And yeah, and it's full of surprises. I mean, we never know who is going to win. Like, ratings are meaning very little in this event, and that's all we can ask for, right? Just all the unpredictability and yeah. So, and you, is there anything special you want to note about events so far?
I think yeah, everything is going on as we expected. I mean, now we have a very exciting tournament, and as commentators, of course, this is what we want. I mean, the excitements, and as the round goes by, now it's round 6, and we can feel the more intense ambience from the competition, and also this is a very good start, as for this world event to be held for the first time in history. So we have quite a wonderful benchmark here for the next year and for the next time this even from happening again. So yeah, this is great, and I really can't wait to see what will happen in the next upcoming rounds. And yes, Toms, now it's just started. Let's get back to the games and see all these talented junior players fighting against against each other. So yes,
yeah, we might need to wait a moment before the kind of games start to go on, as they just do the first moves. And I guess there is, just for the first moves, there's a slight before the round actually kind of starts to be broadcasted. But yeah, it's going to be interesting in the open section. How does first two boards actually go? Because, well, from the different reasons, right? So one fact on the board one is Bayer Konstantin playing with Coelho Tobias, and would expect that White should be kind of a favorite there because of the rating advantage. But at the same time, we see that also Tobias is an international master. So it means that his classical rating must be, if not over 2400, that close to 2400. And he simply did not manage to get his rapid rating just up there. So they should be very evenly matched, and anything could happen there. It's going to be an interesting game. I mean, I think it's going to not be a boring one, but there is going to be a fight. And then I'm very interested in board 2 and how it's going to go, because we have with white pieces playing Philip Fossey and Robert, who is doing amazing in this event, right? He is just like one against top seed and one against 4th seed, and now he's playing with the 2nd seed, so he's taking on all the top guys by the rating. And yeah, interesting to see how he manages to hold his own this time. And for sure, Nestero Arseni is going to be looking to keep the game going. Like, he doesn't want a boring game. He doesn't want to draw. He wants to be in the lead. And probably he's looking at the rating of his opponent and thinking, this is the one I need to take also with black pieces. And
I love that spirit. Hmm.
uh, how do you run into the situation that when you're playing with somebody with lower rating, that you're going all in, and because of that, it kind of backfires to you, and you end up actually playing worse and losing because you just feel like you need to win?
Yes, yes, that happens. That happens oftenly, and not to mention also, playing against lower rated player. There are some certain pressure there. Yeah, so there is some feelings, a need of win. So sometimes we are refusing to have to just done with equal position, and we are trying to do something, but and then we forcing the position, and then we ended up losing, especially me. I mean, it happens oftentimes. So I mean, I needed to remind myself, like, every time. I mean, if the position is, I mean, equal, and I will not do great if I force it to, to improve or to do something, and that I might end up losing. Then probably I should stop. And yeah, so that happens oftentimes to me, Toms. What about you?
Oh, it happens all the time to me. Really, just most of the games I think I lose because I overdo them, overpush them. I
Mm-hmm.
just hate draws,
Mm-hmm.
never a draw, and so it just kind of backfires as well because you just overdo it, and especially when opponent has lower rating, then you just want to push and push and push, and every game is like
Agree.
two kings. The only draw is with two kings, so then it's
Yes.
tough. And we still don't. Okay, no, the games should be kind of there. Let's just see. Oh, okay, there is just a second. Okay, so maybe while do you have the games visible for you?
Me?
Yeah.
N- no, it's not
Okay.
visible to me.
Okay, so yeah, we can just focus on the moment what we see on the camera for now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There seems to be already an exciting position on board one. I mean, look at that. The queen is on b5. What is it doing there? So
Wow,
it's just
and it's still early. The uh-huh.
so okay. So the last move was probably queen from a4 to b5, just to stop the black pawn pushing the pawn there. So the white player is just using the queen as a blocker in a way, just blocking opponent's
Mm-hmm.
pawns. And
Mm-hmm.
and look at the time, 15 minutes 33. So this is his. He knows it. This is
He
definitely
knows
good.
how to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's his homework. This is the part that I was speaking about.
Mm-hmm.
If you, if in the, in those fast chess tournaments, it's so important that you know your openings. And yeah, we also have the game. We can see the board actually closer in the screen, probably just in a moment. And so yeah, we have it.
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, so the last move was played here, queen to b5, blocking the b5 pawn from advancing. Also, what the queen is going is looking at this bishop, kind of, it can be a target. And another thing is that we have some ideas just simply to take the pawn. And black does not have an easy way how to play here. And this is the kind of position that I would never want to have with black if I haven't analyzed it. Like if I have looked at it
Yes.
at home in the computer, sure, let's play it. But if it is, I'm new to it, and I have to make a decision with 15 minutes on the clock, and every minute is so valuable, then
Yes.
so hard.
Agree.
And what do you think is the best move here? You have some ideas, because it's so much to consider.
Yeah. Yes, but the position of the queen is very interesting and catching my eyes here. And I don't know if it's like, I think it's a good thing to have in this position, because it controls so many. It controls many squares, and yeah, not to mention also the a5 pawn is, going. It's quite hanging, but okay. Now it's black turns. So probably what about move like rook e8? What do you say?
Rook e8. That could be a move for sure. Just to wait, kind of what white is going to be doing, right? And I think what I wouldn't like on rook e8 is something. Well, probably either one of the rooks would need to come to c file, or something like rook d1 would need to be played. With the idea that we stopped or from coming at all. Yeah, but that could have been a move for sure. Just developing, like when you don't know what to do. I like this approach. Yeah, that you just when the position is too complicated, just do little move to improve your position, right? Even if it's we never know what's exactly happening, it still should work for something. He played queen d6 though, which also protects the e5 pawn.
What is the idea?
Probably to protect the bishop on d5 with a rook d8. So but white already played something immediately. Some move. It's not updated. But see the rook d1. He played rook d1. I can see it on camera. Rook is on the light square. So rook d1. This is the correct position, and so he still knows it. He again played it immediately. That's amazing. And look at see, and this is in a fast chess. Like he is getting huge time advantage. He's up on the clock like 7 minutes already, and it's all because of the homework or the stuff that he has done at home. He's able to just the time changed. So the time changed. It shows that black still has 10 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
Anyways, looks very pleasant and comfortable. And b6 protecting the a5 pawn, and just probably wanting to play knight d4 as well sometime in the future to be able to move the c pawn forward. Might be aiming at catching this queen in some way.
Yes.
Knight d2 on the board. So exchange on g2.
Wow.
I like this by white. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Now, since we played b6, this is kind of a weakness, and knight e4 is a very big threat.
Yes. What about? What if knight e4 and then take the bishop on f6? And I think it's quite beneficial for white to have a bishop here in this position.
Yeah, taking this one seems very, very nice and tempting.
And also we have f4 and after that to put pressure on e5. Probably, I don't know if we can do that, but it looks interesting to me.
For sure it does, yes. And might even use the same approach that we saw in one of the games earlier to play knight e4 and then f4 without taking f6, just to increase the pressure.
Right.
And that's why black is reacting by playing knight a7, queen c4, just trying to deal with the stuff immediately. Are we gonna see queen c6? What do you think?
Probably b5, b4. What is that?
b5, b4. That is a good question. b5, just asking a lot of questions. Probably queen g4, b4, and knight e4. So the queen has to go away, and now the bishop has to go away. It looks, at the first moment, it looks like white's bishop is going to be happy here, and this is going to be quite a weak pawn.
Yes.
But it does give a lot of space, so maybe knight b5, knight d4, it would have been a way to go. But something like this is happening right now.
Okay.
And this is going to be a long, slow game now. White is going to play on the light squares, trying to control the light squares and use the fact that they have strong bishop. And black is just going to try to, I guess, keep the d-file, exchange some pieces, maybe exchange queens, and just to wait. I think the black will just need to wait. And as this knight is going to come to c4, attacking here, and that's paralyzing black's position. So I like chances that white has here. I think it's a very good position to play. Also with the time advantage, because the less time there is, it's harder to defend.
Right, absolutely.
What do you think?
And Konstantin's time doesn't seem like moving, yeah? I mean, he plays very fast.
Yeah, that's what I meant also when I said that when I saw him in the tournaments those few years ago, that he was much younger, but he was already playing super fast. Like never in time trouble, always fast. And see that he still does that, and of course it's very effective in the rapid chess. And okay, and probably we can take a look, since this game is going to slow down, at board number 2. There are some fireworks there as well, a bit. Not big ones, but it's very, very interesting. Because, what we see is that white has 2 bishops. So 2 bishops is something that can be beneficial in the long term in the open position. But black has taken the pawn in c4, and if white wants to get back the pawn, he has to give up one of his bishops.
Yes.
What would you actually choose in such position? Would you take the pawn, or would you try to keep 2 bishops in the board?
In this position, I would take the pawn, I think. Because even if just to be safe, and I think after taking the pawn and let's say not back taking it with the knight, and then and I think the position is not very bad for white. White still looks comfortable. So I think that in this particular position, there is no problem in just giving up the bishop pair that we have.
Yeah, that sounds very good to me as well. Just to take the pawn. In this case, of course, it's black to move, and black has to choose if he wants to give the pawn or no. As he can play some move like bishop a6, but it's of course very ugly looking. put the bishop on a6, since the
Yeah.
only job that it does is defends the pawn from one side, but from the other side, it makes sure that your opponent can defend develop only in a passive way, only with bishop e2. And
Yes.
something was played. What did black play? I did not see the move, but it wasn't cast. c5. Okay, c5 on the board. Okay, so it could be going for a lot of simplifications here. I'm wondering, what is the idea after bishop c4? What is the plan? Now this is under attack. Oh, the plan is, I think, that now with the c pawn being gone, we have some breathing space for our queen. There's a check. And our king cannot go anywhere here, because bishop is going to come to a6, winning the queen. And if you play like knight d2, then now white cannot castle, because the knight will be hanging. So black has maybe some time to do something useful. Although I'm not sure what it could be, since this one is hanging as well. What could be the move here? It has to be the idea behind c5, because it's hard to imagine what could be the other, why else to play it. But how do we defend e6? Do we just play king e7?
King e7. It looks surprisingly good to me. Like it looks like it to me. It looks like declaring a war, you know.
Yeah, it's and using the fact that white actually cannot play king e2, right? So black is maybe wants to have an advantage, thanks to the fact that his king can go there. But I don't know. It's also risky, of course. It's also risky because long term your king is always going to stay in the center. But if you take something like this here, we could even just... No, we can't play bishop a6 because queen d4. So that would mean that after taking here, you need to take with a knight. And if you take with a knight, we already can castle, because after you take our knight, we get to take yours. So that doesn't seem like a good deal with the king on e7. And so it might be that we need to exchange queens and just make a draw in this kind of way. If that's the plan. But no, they didn't do that. He didn't take the pawn. Rook d1. Oh, I like
d1
it.
looks good. I love it.
Queen c7. Immediately answered. And now this is the moment where white is going to need to show something. Because if he doesn't show anything, black is just going to take on d4, make a castle, and be pawn up. So white needs some reaction. Bishop g3 is there, but it might not do very much after queen c6, simply.
What about queen f4? Queen e4, I mean.
Queen e4. Yeah, that's also a very nice way to attack this pawn. It's very hard to defend it because it doesn't have a good square where to go to. Maybe king f7 now. Just out of the way, using the fact that this is defended, and planning next move to play bishop b7. I'm very, very worried about white's position here because of the king on e1.
Yes.
So in this position, bishop g3, queen c6 was played. Maybe he should take now and try to use the d6 square.
Yes. That is very good, but afterwards there will be knight d5 blocking it.
Oh, yeah, that is not very nice. So the idea was, I wanted to play bishop d6 somewhere, but yeah, knight d5, that is really a problem because this is just hanging.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we could need to exchange everything just,
Yes.
which is not so great. Not so great, especially when you're playing with white here.
Right.
Yes, and this probably doesn't do anything at all because we have now queen a4. And now we want to exchange queens, of course, because we will have extra pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So this is very, very critical moment right now for white. Needs to make some decision, or it can be too late simply. If he doesn't make a decision now, it can be just too late in a few moves. Yeah, but not many options. Not many options on what to do. If he plays some moves like e4 or something like this, black can just castle and not do anything.
Yes.
The problem is
Probably
that now
after castle there is d5. Oh no. Knight e4. And knight e5, I mean.
That is a very, very
No, just
funny way how to go on here. But yeah, here we actually can go here, and we have a checkmate.
Yeah. Okay. Tough luck.
But yeah, so we don't want open files against our king, and something got played already. So bishop e2, he's just played bishop e2 and bishop e7, and that means that black is just doing better because black is simply pawn up. And it's going to be a tough game ahead for Robert here, and a good chance for Arseny to get back in the race for the top places.
Agree.
Yeah. So those were the leaders in the open section, and let's jump to the top board in the girls section, and let's see how they are doing. How is the leader of that tournament doing?
Mm-hmm.
And this is not very exciting. No, wait, that's not the current position, I think. Or is it? So, no, this is the current position. Yeah, looking. So this is the current position. Okay, and we have quite a balanced game. But so there is, I guess everything comes down to this pawn. What do we think about this pawn? Is it a strength or is it a weakness?
Yeah, this is always a debate about this kind of pawn, whether we call it isolated or pause pawn, because it could be both of them, but those two have different meanings. So for now, what I see is this pawn has quite a role here. I mean, as we can see here, b7 seems like sometimes anytime soon will be on b6, and then the knight can be moved to c6, and we'll have a very strong position there. And probably after this, rook a b8 can be played to defend the pawn, but still there is rook a b1, and eventually the pawn on b7 has to move to b6. So we have this as a c6 square to invade with the knight. And I think I like the pawn on d5 here. Don't you think, Toms?
Yeah, it is. The more I'm looking at it, the more I'm starting to like it. But
That sounds
I think
romantic to a point.
yeah, slowly falling in love with the pawn on d5, but
Yeah.
I think it should come down all to about the blockade on d6, because if he cannot break through there, then it's not going to be easy. Okay, and she went knight c6. Anyways, I was just not sure what happens if we go something like knight c4 here. It seemed like very principle also way, just to try to push the pawn forward, as I desperately want to open up this bishop. Like, it has
Yes.
a big potential, but while there's a piece on d6, it just cannot play. It cannot get in the game.
Mhm.
And yeah, let's say black just plays rook e8. I'm not entirely sure what is the way how to progress from white here, because we have blocked out our c file. The knight is on the way, and this is very comfortable, just holding everything together. So maybe a4 and try to win one of the pawns on the queen side.
Yes. Yeah, it sounds good. A4 and A5 and try to shake, the queen side, on from black, and yeah. So the A7 will be weak and hanging there. I think white can do that. Yeah.
Of course, you never want to take this one, because
Yes.
that would make this pawn very strong. Bishop gets one more square what to control, and we have only one dark square left how to defend it from promoting, because now, since we don't have a light square bishop, we cannot really fight for the c8 square. So it's about controlling the dark squares,
Yes.
and we have only one square, so it's going to be very, very hard. So this is something that we don't want to do. She played rook c8. Okay, so she is preparing knight takes d5 with the idea that to take the knight then. But I'm not sure what is the further plan if we just play rook c1. Perhaps rook c7. Okay, that could be her plan. Rook c7 and protecting this pawn and being able to get this rook in the game one way or another way.
Yep.
Maybe. And white is now thinking. They are starting to go low on time, and these positions are very, very hard to navigate when you don't have time. It's so easy to blunder from both sides.
Agree.
Do you still prefer white here? Or have you changed your opinion already?
Okay. Let me explain. I still prefer white, but I cannot see much to be done from white side here. But of course, obviously, I will not go for black, because even though it's still hard to say, and it's still not easy for white to make a breakthrough, or to shake the position up. But obviously, I would still go for white here, with all this, with this position, knight, d5, and I think white here has more, initiative and ideas than black.
Okay. It's interesting to me that at this moment after rook c8, we see white thinking already for like 2 minutes. That's like half of her time is just gone on this moment. And it's kind of surprising to me, let's say. And she played bishop e3 here. Oh wow, so she is saying that this doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Let's try to figure it out. Oh, because I guess we just take with the rook.
Yes.
This, and if we take with the rook, we just go back somewhere, and there's a pin, and pin,
Yeah.
and it's all by or we just take here actually, and then we
Yes.
take here, just forcing. So that's what she was
Okay.
counting probably.
There is some trap there. Yes. And now I'm pretty sure Black also, now is calculating that idea, and we'll soon realize that it doesn't work.
Yeah, and probably would be very important for her not to spend too much time on this calculation,
Yes.
because it's already critical. When you're under 1 minute, this is very, very critical moment. So you have to try to keep your time up and
Yeah,
just play some
and
move like rook c7
and this is also
maybe.
something about yeah. This is also something about rapid and blitz chess. Yeah, we gotta be good at selecting like which candidate moves that we are going to calculate. Because or else it will really drain our time, as we don't really have much time here.
And this game is actually having very, very big impact on the importance in the standings, because on board 2, Anastasia Kirtadze already made a draw with Lesia Mihaela. And on board 3, there is also a draw already. So it's 1 player, 1.5, and then only players with 4 points. So if White manages to win here, she again has 1 point lead and only 1 player following it. And then others are 1.5 points behind. So that's big. That's very, very big. And so
yes,
if she actually wins this one, yeah, that's gonna be very huge for her chances actually to. It'll be like a claim already for a title, I would say even. So rook c7 is played, and now rook ac1 was played. Do you want to keep looking at this game, or do you want to switch to open section? Because we probably can manage only one game. There is time trouble.
Let's switch to open section.
Board 1 or 2? What's your preference?
Yeah. Just let's see. Tom's this game. We're going back to this game. Oh, now is
this game is board 2.
Interesting.
Okay, so this white is not a pawn down anymore. So this is very, very good chances for him, because there are 2 bishops, yet those knights are very strong and controlling everything. I think black is still better, but because this bishop has 0 moves. That's the big issue. If we could get to the game, it would be nice, but it's out of the game completely. And that's why we saw 91 played here. I like the move. It's a beautiful move. Again, Robert is playing the previous game. He played knight e8, right, and with the threat f6. Now he played 91 with the threat f3. He is feeling this motive very nice.
Yeah. We could see the pattern now. Yeah.
Okay, and after this move, I must say that it's not that bad. Yeah, I have to change my opinion a little bit about this position. Okay, f3, if it happens, then white is going to be doing good, because this is falling. So the question is, what happens after rook h8? That's the principal line. Because now with f3, of course, we just take here, and now we get to take here, still protecting on c4, attacking here, so that's pawn up. So after rook h8, if we play g3, then this scares me. This is very, very scary. Yes. I don't know if you can do anything about it, but it's just scary.
But white gotta watch out on every move, before moving every move, because this diagonal is just insane, very powerful. There could be something, if we are not aware and careful.
Yeah, and that's what they played. That's actually what happened on the board, and g3 was blitzed out immediately, and Arseny has less than 1 minute on the clock. very hard because he feels that something should be there. There are some tactics, but he has no time to calculate it. It's such a tricky situation in fast chess. Like, okay, f5. That's a good move. Just getting out the pawn from the square. We cannot take here because of the tactics. So c4 pawn is not actually hanging. But now there is a next weakness, e5 pawn. And if possible, probably white wants to play here and attack it.
Okay.
If possible, of course. So we have to watch out from some tactics like this. Oh, and that's not possible because here we have a fork.
Fork there.
So after f5, knight f3, I'm wondering what is... Yeah, he played knight f3. Nice. So knight e1 provoked some stuff and now went back to f3. And if it works, white could actually get better. Be better here because of two bishops. But still not easy because everything is hanging. And we can see the nervousness in the camera of black player. He already wanted to make a move and he's very nervous and not feeling it. Like he for sure missed it, and he's on 16 seconds right now, if the time is correct. That's very low. It's just playing on intuition at this point already, on the reflexes. And
yes.
Yeah, so very intense. And we can take also a quick look at the leaders board still while the game is going there as well. It's very hard to choose because there is also a crazy game. There is a very crazy game on board one. Konstantin has sacrificed an exchange, but his king is in trouble. And but he's up on clock. Very big. Up on clock, very big. And bishop f6 got played. And I guess this move is a deal breaker.
Yes.
No more attack. So this is what happens.
White is in problem,
so this is one of the issues that sometimes can arise for you when you're playing fast, that you cannot slow down. And he just has went into this position. He still can fight with rook d5, of course. But no, he went knight d5. Oh, wow. So what happens after rook c1? What is the idea?
I think it's just done. I mean, king g2 and king g2 and queen g4. I mean, what is there?
He went bishop g1.
Okay, bishop g1.
So there's some tactics in the air, but also there should be a checkmate. It's somewhere.
Thinking about checkmate.
Is there bishop d4?
Yes, amazing, fantastic finding. Yes.
So there is a checkmate here, and if we take, then there is a checkmate on f3.
Queen f3.
And he played it. He played bishop d4.
He played it all.
That is amazing. Amazing to play something like this on the board.
And we can see Tobias is more relaxed now.
Yeah, he has 30 seconds on the clock, but look at his... Yeah.
Yeah.
30 seconds,
finally,
but you're
I
just...
can breathe. That's what he's saying.
Because he was probably in time trouble for the past 20 moves or so. But yeah, this is...
Yeah.
Wow, amazing performance by Tobias. And we see that white resigns. So we can jump back to board number 2, where there is... all the action on board number 2, and a lot has happened there. And so a lot has happened here, and looks like white is doing okay. So we have a bishop in an endgame. Oh, we are actually pawn up. It was white to move even. I thought it's black to move. Since it was white to move, then it's even better. And yeah, so this pawn is gonna be very dangerously marching forward, and I think those knights is gonna have a very hard time to stop it. But on seconds, so easy to blunder some forks. And this knight is far away to put some forks, while this one is so close. So that's the scary part of this position.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this is wall of knights. They are controlling everything.
Ooh,
So many squares.
powerful knights. Yes.
F6. Of course, white would want black to take and simplify, but no. Here, and now after F4, we have to watch out that bishop is also cut out of the game. Or F4 would be... Oh no, I think it's gone wrong for white now. Looking like it's... Yeah, something is not good. Yeah, I mean, I think he fell victim to knights. It's simply...
Yes.
In the Blitz chess to play against knights, that's a very horrible situation. Oh, and he plays, I think, the best practical decision. To get rid of at least one knight. Just getting rid of one knight instead of playing F4 and cutting out all his pieces.
Yes.
And there is a capture on F6, and...
And I think now, yeah, I mean, black pawn here is more promising. But still, yeah, probably after this knight F4, and then, or probably C2 first, and then we will see what black's knight can do afterwards.
We have to watch out not to lose this pawn as well. King is marching. He played king F3, so that's why rook C4 to block king from E2. Because if king would reach D3, that would be problematic, maybe. So after king F3, rook C4. Oh, it's hard. It's hard to make a move from white side. Look at that, he got a little bit stuck. Maybe rook C2? No, he didn't play rook C2. I would have liked to play rook C2 to block the pawn as much as possible. But we have some other stuff.
White is trying to put the king near to the pawn as soon as possible. I think that's what white wants the most.
Oh, he still didn't play rook C2. Oh wow. I think both players are playing it for a win. But I think this was a blunder. I think this check was a big mistake. I think now black is managing to push white back very much. And they seem to have a lot of time on the clock, yet they're playing in a manner like they would have last seconds. I'm wondering if it's
I agree.
Wrong time or the actual...
Rook B2 after this.
Rook B2, yes.
Oh, there's knight C3. Oh, there's a nice saving there.
Yeah, that's a nice idea, rook B2, yeah. But not this time.
Yeah. If only it could work, it would be very beautiful.
But now knight C3 is a threat anyways. So he played rook C2 because of that. Kind of waiting. Just waiting. Since we cannot go with the king, then the pawn falls on F2. And...
and white doesn't have much options here, or knight D4 probably was one of the candidate moves. But we have rook B2 afterwards, and I don't know.
Oh, rook B2, that's true. That's true. And he played knight D4.
Yeah, and
probably knight D4. Rook B2, probably rook C1. Yeah, that's... it's very nice, the checkmate idea. If we go here, there's knight C6 trying to checkmate on B8.
Yes, but there is rook B2 always.
And that's... yeah. But... This is the position that we have on the board. King b7, going forward, and in the girls' thing, white won. She won the game. Oh wow.
Oh.
Okay, so this is big claim for the win by Dulayeva Gohar, who is 5.5 out of 6, running away from the rest of the pack. Impressive, very impressive, very stable performance by her.
Impressive, yeah.
Now the big question is, can we go 92 and attack it just? But no, it was not played. Rook c2 now was played. But now we don't even want to take on b2. So I am not sure what's this move about. What if we just go king b6?
Yeah, I think we can do that. Yeah. I mean, just put the king into play.
I think black is now in control, in full control. I have a feeling that after king b6, we had to go here with a king just to block out the opponent's king a little bit. But now in this position, feels shaky. King should go to c4, I assume.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen. C4. King went to d6. Oh, okay. Players are much. It's so fast happening. So king c4 was not possible because white already wanted to take and play king c2.
Oh yes. What about now? So I mean, white still can do that.
Oh yeah, that's right. This was played. Oh, they're playing so fast. It's so hard to keep up. It's so many knight jumps. But king is in front of the ball.
Yeah. Or probably just zoom in the board so that we can see it time to time.
Yes, probably that is gonna be a more easy way to follow it because the moves are being blitzed out immediate. And okay, we actually see the time is not that good for black here.
Yes.
He is trying to find something. Okay, it's a repetition. And we cannot take on a3 because there is a fork.
Right there. Nice fork.
Okay. So now he's going to play rook b7, not to repeat. Wow, a4.
That's great. Wow. Such a nice finding by black in such a short time.
It might be possible to still take it, though. It's not,
really?
It might still be a draw, even if we take it. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. But yes. But it just looks good, yeah?
But yeah, there is no need.
And white?
It just goes king.
Yeah.
Oh, no, but he just lost f2 pawn.
Rook b2.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
Probably should have taken the rook b3, yeah? Because white has...
Rook f2, now knight b5, I assume.
Knight
yes,
b5 and knight c3 takes. It's going to be draw. I think. I mean, it's getting more obvious now.
Oh yeah, and that's a draw. Agreed. That's a fair result for this game. I think both players, I think, deserved something there.
But nice fighting.
Till the very end. And I think both of them were wanting to keep the game going. Nobody wanted it just to be over, right? And that's what made it so intense there at all times. So,
and we could see the players still thinking about the game. Probably, what's going on in their head are probably I should have moved this. Probably I should have moved something else. I mean that happens.
Yeah, it's so often happens that you just make a move and you immediately realize that something else was stronger, and then after the game, like, I should have played that, and then you want to share it with your opponent, like, what would you have done there, or you see a nice tactic, obviously, right? And then you want to see, would you have fallen for this tactic or no?
Yes. And the most annoying thing, is actually probably one of the most annoying things that has happened to me is, and happen oftentimes is, right after I move the move, and then I realized, it's a very nice tactic there, and I should have won, by just moving that, and I think it happened to you too, yeah. I mean, in the career of playing chess.
Oh yes, so much. Yeah, and most of the time though, this happens when you make a move and just immediately after you realize that you just blundered, and then you're trying. And then you're trying to keep the poker face on, kind of, not to show to your opponent because.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or also. Yeah, and sometimes we can read, our opponent's expression when they made a mistake, and sometimes it helps. So we don't have to calculate many things. I mean, to find moves that we can immediately realize that our opponents just made a mistake and we should react on it, just from seeing their expression.
Yeah, and that's pretty much. I think it always happens that when you blunder and you don't see that you blunder, that opponent can miss it. There's a high chance. But when you see that you have blundered, actually, it's so hard to hide it, and almost always opponent finds the win. It's just
it's a big blunder, yeah. Mm-hmm. Or after the whole game finished, and then we didn't realize if we missed probably a nice tactic or a chance to win, and then right after the game, shook hands, and our opponent would come to us like, hey, you were winning, didn't you see this move? And we were like, and there are moments like that, right after the game and on the boards, and both players are analyzing, and this is one of the beautiful things about chess, and after fighting on the board, and both players are discussing about the game, and talking about the games and analyzing. I mean, one of the beautiful things about chess is the friendship of the board.
Yeah, although sometimes there can be quite unpleasant emotions after the game as well.
Yes.
So the friendship part, maybe sometimes have to wait a little bit for emotions to go down.
Yes.
But yeah, that is for sure a very, very great part of playing chess. And let's do a sum up for this round. What happened here? So in the open section, we have Tobias Koelle from Germany leading with 5.5 out of 6. So far, really, really stable performance.
Yes.
And then we have one player with 5 points, and this is still Philippos and Robert. And they played each other already, right? Or did they not play? Yeah, they played each other in the previous round, so they will have to play some other guys, not between each other. And then we have with 5 points, with 4.5 points, we have Alexakis Dimitris, who made a draw with Subelyan. And also we have Mahamad Muradli, who won very, very fast against Garibian Mamikon. I think that this game finished actually in 10-15 minutes. I don't know what happened there, but the result was there. Yes, just almost in the beginning of the round. And on the board 5, it was also a draw. So yeah, no more players there in the lead. And in the girls section, we have one leader. This is Dulaya Gohart with 5.5 points out of 6. And the closest person following is Alessia Mihaela with 4.5 out of 6. And then we have some few players. 4.5 out of 6, yes. And then we have some players with 4 points following. But yeah, they are already falling behind very much. 1.5 point is a lot. So unless somebody finds a way how to win against or or leader of the tournament. It's a very, very big claim for the champion title, I would say, despite it being only day 1, day 2, sorry.
Yes.
Despite still being 1 whole day of playing tomorrow, but still it's a big, big claim, 1.5 point. Yeah, if she managed to keep it up.
Yes, amazing. I mean, from this round, we saw, like a very good fighting spirits from many players. And yeah, even the draws are till the very end, and everyone is playing for win. And this is what we are really, what we were expecting to see. So yeah, I can't wait to see the upcoming rounds. As per today, we have one more round, which is round 7, and it will be started in a few minutes. So yeah, see you later in roughly 10 minutes, and don't go so far. And be back in a few minutes, and me and Toms will be right here commentating again for you guys for the last round of today, which is round 7. And tomorrow we have 4 more rounds of rapid, right, Toms?
Yeah, 4 more rounds, decisive rounds of the event. I can see the schedule on the screen. So this will be the next round will be the last one for today, and then still tomorrow all the decisive action in the rapid section. Yeah, when the emotions will be very, very high.
Absolutely.
And
yes.
Yeah.
So
don't go far.
See you in a few minutes. Me and Toms will be back. See you.
See you.
Baby, after all the fun we've had tonight, a recipe of pure delight, an aphrodisiac of love tonight, some deep red wine like Sagrantino, under this Italian sky tonight. Ooh, feeling alright. We're cooking midnight pasta a mezzanotte con pomodoro e basilico, aglio fresco, virgin oil.
No.
Is it? Okay then.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hi, welcome back. Welcome to round 7, which will be the last rapid round of today. And yeah, how do you feel? How do you think about this tournament going on, Toms, so far?
Oh, it's going so good that it's sad that it's the last round of today. They could keep playing and playing, and I'm very excited to see who is gonna win. I don't have anybody really that feels like a clear favorite in the open section. In the girls section, well, we have a very clear favorite right now, Beidulayeva Gulfar, who is just simply away, very, very far away from the pack in the points. And the thing is that also, since there are not so many players, she has a big advantage that she has already played most of the opponents on the top. Like at some point, she's going to get paired with people lower and lower and lower in the standings. So these actually few rounds now are going to decide very much. If she keeps this distance, then will be almost impossible to catch her. But in open section, no idea who to point out. Koele Tobias is doing great. He's leading, but but anything can happen. Still there. And what are your impressions?
My impression is okay. Well, I'm quite excited to see what will happen in the open section. And as for the girls section, as you mentioned earlier, Beidulayeva Gulfar seems like leading up there, but still there are still 5 rounds remaining. Yeah, and we will see. Will she manage to to keep her leading position? And let's see what will happen and on this game. And even though this is still like the 7th round, this is actually also quite deciding what will happen to the result. So yeah.
And since I don't see pairings just yet, we have to just take a look at the video for now. And are you familiar with the player from the white side who is right now playing with white here?
Let me check. I'm not sure, but okay.
Okay, we have pairings. They're online. Okay. So now with white is playing Kormangali Leah. Playing. She is the one who's we saw winning the different colored bishop endgame a couple of rounds ago.
Yes, I remember.
So now she's on board 1. Yes, so we can see the pairings on the screen, and she's 1.5 point behind her opponent. This is very unusual situation to be really paired, but to have so much points less. But leader needs to play with somebody.
Yes.
And and I think, still anything can happen there, and will be interesting to follow that game. And in the open section, let's see the pairings also there. And there we have, so we have Koele Tobias playing with Muradli Muhammad, who actually got now a lot of rest because he won his previous game very quickly.
Yes.
And so 5.5 points against 4.5. And Subel Jan playing against Filippos Robert. As well, very, very unpredictable, since despite the somewhat lower rating, Robert is playing very good chess and not giving in to anybody. and he has already played with the first, second, and fourth seed, and he still hasn't lost a single game, which is impressive.
Impressive, yeah. And the nearest, the player who got, closest point to Tobias is Pili Posian Robert from Armenia, which have 5 points. But Quelle Tobias has played against him. So, Tobias has a very big chance in winning the tournament here. But let's see how he will be doing in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, because I think very much about the open section is that even if you played like, I don't know, 19 rounds, 20 rounds or more, you would still not run out of the really strong opponents to play with. They're just all the time there. So, yeah, so that's kind of a tricky part there. And for now, we have to look at the camera if you want to follow the game. PGNs should be ready soon, but it looks like a sharp game. Look at that, H4 on the board already. And and a lot of time for Tobias. He played H4 without thinking. I like this. Wow, look at that, 16 and a half minutes.
Wow.
That is... That's the most I have seen today. Is that a record? Or you had somebody with more time?
I think this is the record. Yeah. Or the nearest record, probably the second highest is from Konstantin. We saw him has quite a lot of times in many rounds, but not this much, obviously.
And this is actually scary. Just the move itself is scary. H4 is a scary move, but also to be...
That's my kind of move, Thomas. I like it.
Yeah, I like it also a lot. It's great. And it's great to see also the lower rated opponent actually catching this higher rated opponents in the opening. So but the other factor why it's unpleasant to face such a move is in a rapid chess where you don't have time to think and you know that you're still playing against computer, right? Because if opponent has prepared this at home, you're playing against computer. And to play against computer in a rapid chess when opponent is actually going for a checkmate, that's horrible. So the main idea of H4 move is to play knight G5 and to threaten checkmate. And if ever this would happen, then the rook opens from the H1 and we still are threatening checkmate. And if it is stopped somewhere by playing G6 with this pawn, then there are problems on the dark squares. They become weak. Okay, knight D5 is on the board. Very logical. Opening also the rook for the black. Kind of maybe if needs to, is ready to take on E3 or something. And if all things are bad, maybe it's even good to have F5 and then knight can come and help in defense. Maybe. I'm not sure. But I'm not going to even ask you, I guess, if you prefer white here, since white is going for checkmate.
Yeah.
But how would you assess white's chances? Is it the attack looking good?
It looks progressive to me now. And I think it looks comfortable and excited, especially to attack the king side. And I mean, there are just ideas that running in my head of what white can do next move. So obviously I would say that white is probably quite dominating the position.
Yeah, I I probably agree with your assessment. But I feel like this immediately doesn't work. I feel like because we can just play
Knight
Oh no,
h7 and h5.
we can take here, I think, first. And so if we take with a pawn, now we just play g6. And this...
There's knight e4.
Knight e4. Oh, there's knight e4. That's right. That's right, knight e4. And that's a big problem because knight is coming to f6, and then without dark square bishop, it would be just bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight g5. Okay, knight g5. And if after knight g5 we go just g6. Now we want
What
to take
about f5, Tom? Oh, the e6 is hanging. I'm sorry.
Yeah, e6 pawn would be hanging. If we move this pawn, now the f7 pawn is protecting it. But maybe g6 is fine because we threaten knight e3 and then to take on g5, and also at the same time bishop can't go away because d4 pawn is hanging. Of course, knight e4 would be very principal here, and wow, those are some crazy fireworks. This is just crazy. Could even consider maybe sacrificing a piece. What do you think about something like this?
That looks interesting to me.
Just positionally, nothing concrete. Just
Nothing
positionally, you want to
special.
take on b2, and yeah, maybe h6, and still this one could be hanging. This one is hanging, kind of things like this. But no, he didn't. He didn't go for that. He went bishop d2 back.
Bishop 2.
And he spent 2.5 minutes on it, so it is very safe to say that he didn't know what to do after knight d5. And I have a feeling that this is not the best move in this position, because we no longer defend the d4 pawn, so it's going to be much harder to move this knight.
Yeah, I think knight g5 was quite a move and he missed it.
Maybe, yeah, knight g5, or maybe he could still prepare his attack with knight e4, another piece coming.
I don't really like the move of bishop d2 because it doesn't suit the energy that I was expecting. I mean, we had so many ways here to improve the upcoming attack, to prepare the upcoming attack, but bishop d2, it's not it.
Yeah, because I guess exactly like you pointed out, it doesn't improve the position, and we need to bring more and more and more pieces. If we want to make an attack work, we need just more forces than opponent has. And knight e4 would be just one more piece attacking, and black never wants to take on e3 because it just makes a very strong center for white, and the attack is still there. So, but the good news for white is that black is thinking. That's good news for white player. And
yeah, we have a significant time difference here. White has 14 minutes, and black has around 9 minutes. So there is like 5 minutes difference, which is quite huge in the rapid chess,
And h6 is played. Oh wow.
Oh.
That looks scary.
Not g5. Can we do that?
5. That is the first question. What's happening? Can we take it? g6. Queen e4, I would assume. And
I don't think it can be stopped. How do you stop this? Oh, bishop g5 takes. That is possible.
yeah, so we covered the h4 square. That's a big deal. And So no longer queen can go and checkmate us simply, and we also have to worry about our king maybe becoming a little bit weaker. Probably doesn't work. I think another way to stop it could be bishop g5, and if you go here, then there is knight d4. That could be working as well. But rook h3, how he played, I like it. This I like a lot, and this is the way maybe to play against h6, because h6 is kind of, it's you know, you have a way to remove one of the pawns which is defending the king. So
Yes,
always scary.
and rook h3 looks like a calm move, but actually has lots of purpose, lots of things that, you know, coming.
But I really like the energy of white player here. Like, despite being in the lead, he's not playing it safe. Despite being tired, as it's the last game of the day, he's just going for it. Like, it's such a fighting spirit. Can only applaud for it.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree.
So there is a exchange on f6, and I think the attack finishes with this already, since we have to start defending. We have to start defending, and have to start maybe also thinking about our own king's safety, since it's in the center. But
will it be safer by castling? I'm not sure the king is safer by castling, because, you know, moves such as knight a5 is coming, and then probably black can do some other moves after that. But still, I'm not sure.
It's not perfectly safe, I agree. But I think it's safer, maybe, because in the center has very big potential to open for the game to start.
Okay, but what if we put the king to f1, and, you know, just escape to the king side? Because on the queen side, it looks like the rook, black rook, is there, like, you know, controlling the b file, and yes.
What scares me about king f1 is this move, because it will open up the
that is also a problem indeed. Yes.
And I was hoping that in case we castle here, that if you take, then I could make something work on along this open file. But I'm not sure if I can, because none of the pieces can move, and the king really is in danger, like you pointed out. So it's tricky, very, very tricky position, and a good chance for, I think, for Mahamad Muradli to take down the leader here. Oh, well, we have a knight g5 on the board. Knight g5 is there.
Wow. I mean, we were always thinking about this move, but not this time, when, you know, everything with what has happened, you know, because the position is completely different. But probably Tobias has Tobias has calculated something, and probably it could work now.
Yeah, wow, this is exciting. I wanted to say to take a look at some other game, but no, this is critical. This moment, very big. So knight g5. So the big difference is now, after f5 is played, there is no g6. There is no calm way to stop it. So he has to take the knight one way or another. And he chose with the bishop. He chose to take with the bishop. I think it was very interesting to take it with the pawn, and then to play this. This was and here, and try to run out through the side.
Looks scary.
Looks, yeah. It looks scary for both sides, doesn't it? Or it's only for black?
Yes.
I'm not sure, but yeah, because also this is coming everything here. So if you are not getting checkmated, you might checkmate your opponent. So it's but he chose.
True.
But he went this way, and I'm wondering what is happening after knight takes d4. Queen e4 might be the case. Just attacking the knight, looking at e6 as well. I am very surprised to see, like now he's thinking, by the looks of it. Now he's thinking, and I'm very surprised in that kind of position that, like when you play a move like bishop g5, and then you start to do a lot of thinking. Oh wow!
Oh, how is Konstantin doing? Oh, he
Looks like
lost.
he lost his game. Wow,
Very
that's
fast.
a very bad end of the day for him. 2 losses,
Yeah.
and now quick one. And yeah, that's very, very unfortunate for him. Good for his opponent.
Obviously. But yeah, I don't know, but usually this happens, during rapid tournaments, as we don't have many breaks in between, and yeah, most like many players still have the influence of previous games, and probably that's what happened to Konstantin, I assume, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's very hard when you don't have time to reset and change your mindset, really. So you have to keep playing despite what happened in the previous game. But it's still such a fast game, very surprising. And here, I don't think I believe anymore in White's position and in White's attack.
Yeah,
It's starting.
I'm losing faith. I'm losing faith in White.
It's like we are running out of pieces. That's the big problem here. And if he takes something like this, what could follow is just capture. You can go try to checkmate her up, but even queen f6 could be enough, because after queen exchange, we cannot take on g7 because of the knight c2 fork. So something like this could happen, but we have to still take care of the fork, and then black is free to pick up wherever they want. However they want.
Now it looks really good for black.
Yeah. It does, and we cannot also not take, because then black is just gonna take queen g5, and we are not gonna have anything to show in this position. So something went very wrong for white here. Probably this knight g5 idea, it was too slow to play bishop d2 back and do all those moves.
Yeah,
and black managed to bring in all the pieces.
Absolutely right. I was expecting white to move the knight g5 since the very beginning, or probably the second after quite some time, but not this late.
Yeah, and it does look like he's going to be thinking now, since he wants to solve some problems, and it's just looking very, very uncomfortable. We can return back to this game later if he manages to solve the problems, and take a look quickly at board 2, where Jan Subel is playing with Robert Philipposian, and so Robert is not doing as good as he was all the time, so he's pawn down. Yet it's only one pawn, of course, and he has some piece activity. And after knight c1, he now is thinking if he wants to exchange and activate the rook and bishop on b4, like for example, if he wants to play this kind of position. And take rook, well, not rook there. So, and then with the idea to play bishop b4 in the next move, and then bring over the knight, I think, like kind of attack. Or he's looking to just block with the knight on b4. And no, he played knight e1. Oh, wow. This
With
is
the
very
idea
interesting.
of knight c2.
Going for...
Yes, it will be very powerful for black to have a bishop in the game, and meanwhile white just on if white only have 2 knights, and then yeah, this is such a very good idea. I agree.
But it's very risky. It's very risky because it allows b4, and even though we play here knight c2, we allow something like c5 as well, and now we are clearly a pawn down. So that's a big risk, because in other positions we could block it. And okay, he doesn't even play b4. He is just organizing his pieces, king f1 and knight d3. He allows this bishop to be taken, bishop, which doesn't do, I guess, very much, but he's have a solid position and then ready to push forward with the pawns, just to start his pawn storm already and think later that, yeah, this knight will be a big problem for black because it doesn't have where to go. Oh, looks like there is gonna be change of leaders after the last round of today. It's very close to that the 2 people who were leading throughout the whole day, that they are very likely both losing. So the whole tournament is gonna just change, just like that.
Agree, Toms. This is this is what also makes this tournament interesting. We could see like one player leading, and the next round it will be changed, and then and I like this when it becomes unexpectable. So we still cannot say much of the probability of which players will be ended up as let's say top 3 or top 5. So tomorrow will be a very decisive day of the tournament.
Yeah, that is for sure. It's nothing is decided today till the end. And look at that, white is even forcing black to take there on e3.
Yes.
So yeah, I like this position, this approach, and I think the chances are very good here for white. But it's also going to be a very slow approach. And while they're doing that, maybe let's take a look at the girls section, not to miss them.
Yeah.
I think that's not the current position. So this game has not been updating on the board. Probably sometimes it happens that simply connection loses, like you lose the connection with the digital board. Some player can even accidentally just kick some connection or something, and just the game disconnects. So, but it looks like it's a fight. Looks like it's a fight on the board. This was the position after the opening that you see on the board, and now a lot of things have happened. There is a castle for white, knight is on a4, or the queens are gone. There are no more queens. So I think white is pushing. White is pushing for this pawn being a weakness, because we don't have queens anymore.
Yeah.
And oh no, or do we have queens? No, there's queen on e4. I'm sorry, there is a queen on e4. I thought it's some other piece, but there's a queen on e4 and queen on c7.
Probably we can just zoom into the video, yeah? So it could make it easier to see.
No, that's a queen on c2, actually.
Oh.
And
And
b4 just
C7.
got played. It does look like black is in trouble here. And also look at the time.
Mm-hmm.
She is down on the clock a little bit. And yeah, I think this is, at least today, the first time she's really under pressure. And
Yes.
will be interesting to see how she reacts to such situation, to be under the pressure. Okay, so c4.
Yes.
If now, so now after knight c5,
Oh,
black's idea.
the C4 is hanging now. I think it will be captured anytime soon because there is no way to defend it now.
Black is probably planning to take on f4 to get the pawn back in this kind of way.
Oh yeah,
So,
that's happening.
but I still prefer very much white because of the bishop on c8. The black slice square bishop is completely cut out of the game. It has no way to join. All the squares for it are blocked. And if we cannot get the bishop in the game, the problem is that our rooks are not working. They're completely discoordinated. So
Yes, she played exactly what you expected her. Expected black to move. Queen takes f4. And now it's probably cool. Yeah. Yes.
now she has to go with a queen because there is a bishop h7 with a discovered attack queen. So the queen is actually under attack for black, and the queen goes back. And yeah, and the white is just gonna look now how to keep on the pressure, how to just improve improve her position. It's also not that easy because everything is standing very nice, but it's not clear what is the correct plan to win this game.
Yes. Yeah. I think in this kind of position, where we are demanded to keep the pressure on, it's very important to have a clear plan, so we are just not moving, whatever move there is, because if that's the case, and if that is what we do, the position will be, will be turning so easily. Yeah. So yeah, let's see if white can think of a plan here, and actually do something about it, and put or increase and keep on improving the pressure now.
Knight d4. I like this move. That is asking a lot of questions, really a lot of questions. And we don't take with this knight with our bishop, because then we don't even have two bishops anymore. And opponents are just gonna bishop d4, queen d4. We won't have a possibility to fight for an open file. But if we
Yes.
don't take it, then knight b5 is coming. Knight b5 attacking the queen.
Ooh.
And yeah, that's
to
a
have
strong
knight
move.
knight on b5 and c5 at the same time, it will be very powerful. Oh, black took the knight.
Took the knight, but yeah, so this is avoiding the tactics, but committing to a long torture. A long
Yes.
torture, because now there are no pluses in black's position, and it's just about
The
trying
bishop
to
on
survive.
c8 is just in a very bad position. That there is nothing can be done about the bishop at the moment.
And now she took with the rook, so the idea, I guess, is that if rook d8, she is actually happy to get one pair of rooks off the board, because then there is no piece to control d8 anymore.
Oh. Black is opening the diagonal of the bishop, so probably the bishop on c8 that previously was in a bad position now can be active, has a chance to be active.
But for now, only a chance, because it still has 0 squares. Zero
Yes.
good squares. because it needs to control d7 because rook d7 will come otherwise. So it cannot
Agree.
go away anywhere. So most likely we are going to see a move like rook d3 or rook d2. Oh no. Why? No. It had to be a doubling of the rooks just to put this pressure on the d file even stronger. Her, yeah, sorry.
What do you think white should play instead of rook 4 to e1, because you look disappointed by the recent move?
I thought that it has to be only rook d3 or rook d2 to play.
Yeah, I think rook
other
d3
rook
would be
on
best.
e1.
Yeah.
And now we are very slow. Now we are actually giving some time for black. I think.
Oh, now
I'm wondering what's her plan.
yes. I yeah. I also wonder probably. Yeah, because to me it looks to me rook d3, in the previous move looks just, I think, makes more sense, and it was a very, multifunctioning move.
Yeah, but maybe she had some idea on her own that now she wanted to play for the e pawn, not for the d file. That's to go make a move with the bishop.
Probably rook
And then,
b1. Rook b1 is her plan. Could it be?
but then we are already letting out black, because then bishop f5 would be possible, as no longer we need to cover the d7 square. And she's going bishop d3 with the plan to play b5, I guess later, to put the pawn on b5 and to keep it there. Might be working. Yeah, it's an
Might be.
interesting option. And we are not going to go to other boards in the girls tournament because the transmission of the live moves disappeared for all the section. But we could check the top board again in the open section, because it's not over. It's not over. There is a big fight, and it is hard to say who is better or who is playing for a win.
Yes, and who is going to be the leader by the end of this day?
Yeah, so no, but knight e4, what do we do after queen e5? What is the idea? Queen e5, this is attacking the knight. Is there a way to defend it? Oh, f3, I guess, is the only move, since we cannot go queen e3 as there would be a fork. Oh, sorry. So queen e5, f3 is the idea, and yeah, f3 is useful move because we also get square for king on f2. As right now, king on e1 is just finally stuck. I wonder how did it happen that king is still on e1, but rook managed to leave a1. But this is, yeah, it's on the board. Queen e5, f3. Wow, this is exciting. This is super exciting.
Chaotic. Excitingly chaotic.
So we would like to get this bishop in the game. The question is, do we want to open this diagonal, or do we want to go bishop back here and attack on e4?
I think I would prefer bishop b7, as it looks more promising and less risky.
Bishop b7, just the risk is rook g5, I think. This is the risk of this position. And yeah, he played c3. He chose c3.
Okay.
But now after what he took with the pawn, oh wow, I I am shocked because I thought we take with the queen and keep the pin here, but he took with the pawn and immediately knight f5.
Probably because probably because he wants to get rid of the knight on d4.
And look at that, in this game, black is out of time. 13 seconds. He's just playing on
13
last
seconds.
seconds.
Tobias play quite fast, don't you think?
This game he's playing fast, yes, this game. And he's definitely now in a better position. No, I think there is no question about that. Just a lot of pawns, safe king. Maybe just king f2 for the safety now would be good. Yes, that's what he did. And wow, look at that. Despite attack not working out immediately, somehow he managed to keep the game going in a sharp manner. And opponent just ran out of time, which very much happens in Rapid. When you try to win, you run out of time. And then problems are always there. Do you think black has chances here?
I do think so. Somehow there will be ways for black to do something, but it's just my feelings, as I still haven't found any clear plans that could be run, that could be that could be work for black here.
So he got rid of the bishop. Oh, and queen d6. Queen d6.
Rook
so he
b2
wants to
is
and king g1. And the king is ready to hide on h3 if necessary, so checks are not a good idea, but he gives a check anyways. Oh, king cannot hide on h3. Look at that. Because if
there's
we will
bishop
go
f1. Wow, there is
Exactly.
a nice mate pattern there. Wow.
So he's gonna go with the king now towards the rook. He went back king f2, and he's gonna be running like this, trying to catch the rook, push it out. I just wonder if there are any
probably rook takes e4 anytime soon. Is there a tactic there? Rook e2 and then rook e4 takes.
Yeah, it would be a nice
queen
tactic.
f8.
Oh, but yeah, but there is a checkmate, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see queen f8. I mean, if there is no queen f8, then queen d8, then it can be easily
Look, no
blocked.
no time for black.
Oh yeah.
He exchanged queens because he had no time. And okay, and now it is clearly much better for white here.
Yeah.
Wow. And still with the time on the clock. He's up still almost 2 minutes.
Impressive,
Wow.
Tobias.
Indeed. And he is going to be a sole leader if he takes this game down. He's going to be sole leader here. Yeah, so... But it's not that easy. Still not that easy. King is cut off for white, so it cannot join the game. And there are some weaknesses. The bishop can be very, very powerful.
Yes, bishop is in this open position. In open position, bishop oftenly plays a better role because of its ability to reach many squares.
And now he played the move rook g7, which I am not a big fan of. I thought that we should maybe push the pawns too quickly to g5. And once we would have such two connected pawns, there would be a lot of threats immediately. Since now he played rook g7 and after rook b3.
Yes,
You have
but
to
probably
choose.
it will create. Probably Rook G7 will create some kind of mate pattern or tactical positions. Yeah, but still, it's not the safest move. I agree with you. Oh no, he runs
Oh,
your
but
plan now.
G4. Yeah, G4 is there. And G5. Yeah, but now we have an F pawn. Let's see if that plays any role at all. Uh, Meanwhile, on
What
board
what
two,
happened?
yeah, just like
Oh, it's
expected.
board two.
On board two, white won. So Jan Subel won against Robert Piliposian. Yeah.
Mhm.
So one guy managed to break through Robert's defense.
Mhm.
But yeah, tomorrow still the whole day for him to get back. And now we have here a completely winning rook endgame for white. Uh,
Mhm.
2 pawns up, and yeah, I think there are just no chances anymore. So Tobias is taking the lead. He is taking the sole lead, and actually by one whole point, he's gonna go in the last day 1 point ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yes, I'm pretty sure he can sleep tight at night today.
And we have white won. Wow, look at that! Look at
Wow.
the excitement of the last round. So Kurbangalia Walia did manage to push through in this
Mm,
position, and she
yeah.
won, and also Tobias won. So in the girls section, a lot of excitement as well. So there is no clear leader anymore. No clear leader,
No clear leader
and
anymore. Um,
with black pieces on board two, Sultanbek Zeynep won her game, and they're still running board three. They are on 4 points, so whoever wins this game on board three also has a chance to join shared second place,
yes.
and probably we can zoom in on this board. So this looks like white is up a pawn for now.
2 pawns. Two
But
pawns up. This is.
oh, two
This
pawns.
is. Yeah.
It looked for me that there's a pawn on h6, but no, there is just a shadow.
Yeah.
Okay, so that should mean that the position is completely winning for white, since yeah, she can take an a4 pawn now. And only thing to be careful about from white side is knight jumps. Tricks with a knight.
Yes, the knight
So
jump is very dangerous. I had this traumatic experience, Toms. I was once playing in Sarja Open 2019. I played against an Indian IM and I was one queen up. I had a queen and he has only one knight and one pawn. And yeah, the knight jumps and fork my king and pawn. I mean, my king and queen. And I cried all the way to the hotel, and I could never forget that traumatic experience from knight jumps.
yeah, that is yeah, the knights. So many painful memories from the knights.
Yeah.
uh, the most I don't know, funny one, ridiculous one. I don't know what's the word to use. It is I once even just just put my queen under the knight's attack in a classical game with like still like 1 hour on the clock. I just made a move and just the knight took my queen. And
Oh.
yeah, and that was still happening in the Olympiad, so playing for national team. So that was
Oh.
even more
Oh,
painful.
that's very, yeah, it's painful. I could imagine. So yeah, what is happening here on the games? It's like night.
I,
Yeah, the
and
knight is
Knight has
jumping and
managed.
doing something. Actually, this is what we scared about is happening now, and also the postman is creating some problem there.
Wow, but that's a crazy decision. Black is, I think, also playing for a win. If she had taken the pawn with the rook on h3 and then exchanged the c pawn for a pawn, it would be an easy draw. It would be just
Yes.
one pawn for white and the game would be over. But I think black is playing for a win. She likes the potential of her knight.
Yeah.
Although now bishop
She
f5, bishop
she
f5 stopping.
she's well aware of the danger of knight jumps. So yeah, she's in our team, obviously.
Yeah, but I am worried about black's position now after bishop f5. Bishop is
Yeah.
very powerful. Knight is tricky, but bishop is just powerful.
Yes.
And now there are no checks
And
on
yeah,
b1 and
probably rook c6. And after this, yeah, just blocking the pawn. I mean, so that the pawn cannot, move.
yeah, and now king away from the checks, probably to e1. And I think white is completely winning again. Since black is not going to be able to cross the c2 square, the light square that bishop is controlling, never is going to be able to cross. And it probably
Mhm.
was too ambitious decision for black to play for a win here, because even if you would force the exchange of pawn against bishop, it would still be an easy draw for white, never
Yeah.
losing. With the rook and the knight against rook, it is still no chances, and so probably it was just too much to play this on.
Agree. And now the h pass pawn is making its way.
And we could even play h6 in the next move and exchange rooks, and then
Yes, and it still be winning
yeah,
for white.
h6 or 8. I think h6 is. Oh no! All right, rook c3. Okay, and
this
the
is
rook
more.
endgame.
This is
Rook
easier,
endgame
I
with the
think,
two
because
pawns.
yeah, and finally the knight is off the board. Now we can breathe in peace.
But actually, oh yeah, it is, because the king is not in time. King is not in time. Rook c5 probably. When the king is blocking the pawn, you want to protect your pawn from the side.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, very, very good reflexes. Okay. And now the king is not going to be in the square. So if you take the pawn on h5, it is not possible to take the pawn on f5 now. Yeah. And this kind of
Yes.
endgames, they take a lot of moves to win, because white is now going to need to run with the king to one side, then to the other side. Okay, she didn't.
Yeah,
But
but it's
they
actually
are
already quite clear.
It's surprising that she didn't push forward with the pawn, since black allowed it to move one file closer. Black
But there
should
is a
have played
rook
rook
a2.
and now f6 should be played, and that's how you should, just one by one side, other side, you push it forward, and like f6,
Yes.
then rook f2, then rook b6, and then we get a6, and at one point it's going to be too far away that king can be just coming.
Agree.
But it's the last game of the day. Players are tired, and in an end game, also some blunders, some surprises can still happen.
Yeah.
Of course, always.
Some errors, anything. So yeah, I hope I mean, it would be painful if White makes some blunders and the game ended up not in her favor. But yeah, let's see. Right b6 now, rook b6 now. Pretty sure. Or actually, a6 can be played.
A6 is also there. She wants to play king e1, I think, but it's not probably needed yet. Just pushing the pawns. Because once we play a6 and
Yeah.
it's on the board. Very nice.
Yes, pushing the pawn should be our priorities. I mean, because it's just clearly improving the position, and of course, our main idea is to pushing the pawns, because that's our
Yeah,
clear
now-
advantage that we have. Okay.
And now rook b7,
Getting-
pushing the pawn. Yes. King has one move, and then we go a7, and that's it. And rook b8 in the next move, and the pawns are promoting even without the help of king, since they're going to be threat of promoting two pawns in the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, now rook b8.
Now rook b8. Oh, okay. This is actually how it works.
So she wants to do it with a check
Okay.
as well. So that, I think, was the last game of this round. Wow, what a
Ooh.
fighting stuff.
What a fighting, and what a day we had, and everything that was happening. All the players who were only fighting for wins.
Yeah, we're seeing on board 4, black 1. So to sum up the results in the girls section, so after leading all the day, she's still in the lead. So Beytulayeva Gohar, 5.5 out of 7. And then there are a lot of players following with 5 points. So this is Kurmangaliyeva Aliya, Sultanbek Zeynep, Nurgali Nazerke, and Kirtadze Anastasia, if I saw correctly, that she won on board 4. So they're all on 5 points, just behind the leader. So that's a nice setup for an exciting day tomorrow.
Yes. And also in the open section, Tom's, Kuala Tobias managed to be the leader of the day, yeah. And then tomorrow, he would facing some strong opponents, of course, and let's see if he is able to manage to keep his position as a leader of the tournament.
And since he didn't play with any of the guys who are now trying to catch him, so he has to play with all of them tomorrow. They all will want to win him because, well, they need to. And just to put it in perspective with some numbers, so Tobias is on 6.5 out of 7. I mean, that is insane result. 6.5 out of 7 in such tournament. Doesn't matter how it goes tomorrow. That's already impressive. Just to be.
Agree.
And then there is trying to catch him, Subel Jan with 5.5, Nestero Arseni with 5.5, and also on Alexakis Dimitris also won his game, so he's also on 5.5. So they are the closest ones to the top, but of course there's still players with 5 points who are also not out of the run at all, since anybody can win anybody.
Yeah. And in the girls section, the Gofar is still leading, though now, it's getting tense because she is now only a half point difference, with the second and third and fourth and fifth leaders. I mean rank, and so tomorrow, she should be able to be able to manage her position in being the leader in the tournament. But let's see, she will of course facing as well strong opponents tomorrow. So both in the girls and boys section here, tomorrow will be an exciting day for both section, as the leaders are still still has to perform very well to of course win the tournament. And we will see. I mean, anything can happen. Also, other players as well. They have good fighting spirits, and everyone here. And yeah, tomorrow will be a very exciting day. So make sure you don't miss it. And of course, there will be, of course, commentary again here. So, Toms, what do you think about today? In general, how do you feel and by watching and commentating all of this junior top rated and talented junior players from all around the world competing?
Yeah, I love that they are all playing aggressive. I just always am happy when I see interesting chess, and which is not always the case when you watch some super tournaments with the top grandmasters in the world. But all the junior players, they all want to play for themselves. They want to make their name. They want to win. They're all hungry, Just yeah, that's just the best part of this game.
Starting for win, which is the energy and the ambience that we are expecting to see from a tournament.
Yeah, exactly. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here, to watch these games, to commentate on them. And so yeah, just can't wait to see also who is going to win the event, and who will have the stronger nerves for tomorrow, because that's going to be a big factor. Yeah, since when you are in time trouble and it's already, every move is deciding your position very directly, well, it's tough. And since I think already, if somebody loses tomorrow in the first round, it already has no chances for the first place. So the pressure is going to be all day long. So it's going to be very, very exciting.
Indeed. And also
exciting.
the winner. The winners will be, as what I mentioned much earlier at the beginning. It is not only what you have or the talents you have on the board, but also off the board. Not just about the chess on the board, but also how you actually have this endurance. Both also physically, as we play many rounds in a day, and also and every games are of course draining our energy, mentally and physically. So yeah, this is of course a tough tournament in both section, as all players should be able to perform well in the terms of not only on the board but also off the board.
Yeah. So we'll see who is the strongest tomorrow. And
Yes.
yeah, it was absolute pleasure to be here. And thank you for watching. And we are going to be finishing for today. And tomorrow the rounds start at 3 p.m. Central European time. So the same time like today. Make sure to tune in for the most exciting part of the tournament.
Yes, my pleasure, Toms, to work with you and to commentate with you. And yes, guys, don't forget to watch a very decisive day tomorrow. And I am one FIDE Master Diajeng Theresa Singgih with Grandmaster Toms Kantans, signing off from today's second day rapid commentary. See you again tomorrow.
Thank you, and bye.
Bye.